Anyway, we're on the demos today. It's demos time! Boo! It's demos time. Ben from Zambia says, God, I do miss good fish and chips. Just ain't the same here in Zambia. Are you actually in Zambia? That's mad. I got the fish and chips at IKEA was not the greatest, but I was hungry and it was nice to just have something we hadn't cooked. It was only £5.50 for a plate of fish and chips and peas. And it basically, I was the last person to get served, so it'd been there for a while, but I didn't get ill afterwards. It was all right. I quite liked going to IKEA for dinner. It's a bit random. Anyway, first one of the day. We have something here from Max White. It's house though, so this was sent in by Max White. Says it's more deep house vibes, not drum and bass, but they're releasing it in the next 4 weeks. So just wanted to get some feedback from me and chat on the mix parts for any last minute changes. He submitted that on the 3rd, so this is 2 weeks ago he posted this, because that's when I did the last one. So it's probably a bit too late, but we'll have a quick listen. This is I'll talk to people in the future a little bit here as well, because I realise some people are at work and not here live and unaware that we're doing this. I've got the last 2 ones ready to upload to YouTube. I just haven't had the time. I'm very sorry, but these do all get, or these promo listening sessions, the recording will be you will be able to watch it afterwards on my YouTube channel. I just have to download off the cloud when I stream, and then like chop off the beginning where I'm talking about riding my bike and shit, and then when we get to the nuts and bolts of it, so and then post it up and all that. So here we are. So quick house tune here from Max White. Also, let me know if the music needs to go up or down. If you, I'll keep an eye on the levels. I can see the meters, and because I have my headphones at a different volume and all that shit. So I don't want to mumble through it, but equally the music should be loud enough that you can vibe off it. So. I wonder if that's him singing. Yeah, sounds like it probably is. Oh, that's cool. This is alright, isn't it? Good production. I think the mix is missing a bit low end. I think just on the master, so far content all sounds wicked, but I think I'm not getting enough like lows on the bass. So I feel like the kick could have an EQ boost, and the same with some of those funky, glitchy bass stuff. It's a bit like the low end's been rolled off as part of the mastering process. Vocals processing's interesting, isn't it? Nice edits there. Ooh. Yeah, and that's interesting there. You can hear the kick is very subby there. There's a different kick there is proper low bass in that. Yeah, IB Max saying cool. You can check back when I listen to your demo. Yeah. I haven't uploaded the last 2 yet, but I've downloaded them, and I just haven't. It's weird. Like normally, I download them onto my Mac and I load it in QuickTime, and I just trim off the front and then save it as a new thing and upload it. That's how I do with all my DJ set ones from the past. But because these streams in the daytime are much longer, for some stupid reason, the Restream server always fails when I'm downloading the file, because it's like 11 gig or whatever, and it only works downloading it on my PC. So then I have to download it on the PC, copy it across my home network onto the Mac, do the chopping down on the Mac, and then upload it from the Mac, because I couldn't find a free simple bit of software that would just quickly trim the video on a PC, so I might just put DaVinci Resolve on the PC and do it with that, but it could end up generating loads of massive temporary... Anyway, I'm rambling. There's an excuse for not uploading the VODs immediately, right? It would be easier just to record with OBS, but that's still streaming on a PC on a different computer that's not my Mac, so I'd still have to copy it across, so it's the same shit. And also, I don't really like the idea of making my stream PC stream and record at the same time, because I haven't tested that yet, and I wouldn't... I mean, my PC could handle it, but I've never done that, because I stream using Restream, and as part of the service, everything gets saved in the cloud, so I just download it afterwards. But it's on a PC either way, so... but yeah, I don't stream and record, because I don't want to, like, tax the computer and run the risk of the stream looking a bit shit, because I know I can always download the VOD afterwards. There is a reason I don't keep the VODs up on Twitch. Yes, it's because after talking to the Twitch music people, they basically said, you know, when you're doing a music stream, please don't leave the VODs up, because it's... I completely understand. It's like you're creating a new recording of some music, and then Twitch is then serving the recording. So, and there is no process currently set up yet on Twitch for like collecting and distributing royalties due to music copyright creators. So they just said they're encouraging me to do more music content and everything, but they said, you know, best practice for doing music stuff is not to leave the VODs up, because you're essentially creating a new recording of music. So that will change eventually. I'm sure they're just sort of sorting it. That's why I moved my DJ sets to YouTube as well, because they didn't want me doing that while I'm doing this, basically, which is fine by me. It gives me opportunity to sort of have a little dabble in doing my DJ sets on YouTube anyway, so that's cool. Restikin says you can use curl to download on your Mac and it'll do resumes if it dies. I don't know what curl is like, but Restream, basically what I do is I log into Restream. When I do my streaming here to Twitch and everything, I stream to Restream, and then that sends it out to Twitch, but I could tick the boxes that also stream simultaneously to YouTube and Facebook and whatever else they do. I've always started with that, but the reason I use Restream is because they record at the same time, and all your previous streams is kept in the cloud for like a month or something, and then you can even do stuff like scheduling them to be replayed and all sorts of stuff. It sort of seems it's only like $9 a month for whatever I have, so I figured it's worth it. But if curl works on a Mac to download something off a website that's a reliable way to deal with long ass 11 gig files, that's really, really good. Thistle says, you understand that for DJ stuff, but why not for VODs for production and feedback? Well, there's still music involved, isn't it? I'm sitting there working on a song of mine and creating a recording of it and leaving it on as a recording on Twitch, so that's kind of why, right? And you know, I can't guarantee, well, not like can't guarantee, but you know, when I'm doing my studio streams, even though I was sitting here working on a completely brand new song that never even came out or anything, it's still doing that. But there may be times like listening to demos and that, it's just, you know. So yeah, this thing here from Max White. To play fair. When I speak, you digress into all the little things I do. There's no sign of an exit. If you fall, just go down, down. We can take it up, or you can break it down, and we can sit by. I mean, I'm not a house producer. I don't really know what they're aiming at with this, so I can't give like the detailed feedback that I would have for drum and bass tune, but that sounds great to me. Production sounds good. Vocals sound very nice. Lots of interesting production things. The only overarching comment I could think of is regarding the overall mix, where it sounds like I would add more low end. Just on, I'm talking mastering wise here. It sounds like the low end has been rolled off too much, and there's not enough lows on the kick and the nice glitchy sort of bass bit. But that's really good work, and assuming that's Max's voice, he's a really good singer too. So yeah, nice one there. Give that a right, drum and bass is what we're really after here. So here we go. This is from all the ones and O's, 10000 cut, Offrobot Crunch. Let's see. 4 months old. Okay, so it's not some mad old one, which sometimes people do. Conclave was mentioning, yeah, you've seen demos that are 3 years old, yeah. So, sounding interesting so far. I like this. Also, what you're hearing your end has gone through this EQ on my headphones, so you're going to be hearing a bit more bass and a bit lower tops than I am, because that's correct in my headphones. So I think we did have one that was a decade old, yeah. At least I know to always look for that now. Good arrangement so far. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is good. Proper nice low bass here. So this is by Offrobot. It's called Crunch. Not a name I recognise from the chat. Although it is someone that's like 110100010. I think I've seen someone in the chat with that name, so maybe that's them. Yeah, this is cool. Not a lot to add, really. Snare could be a bit more snappy, but the edits are good. This is very sort of vision-y, isn't it? I love the blub, 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 blub. I like the sort of laziness of some of the things are deliberately a bit late. Sort of keep it pushing. Really nice side chaining-y undulation in some of those sort of atmospheric sounds. Nice pitching down of the vocal there. Yeah, backbeat hi-hats are really good, just simple. Yeah, I like this. I don't really play too much stuff like this, but I like it. I don't want to put... This is something I could sort of like happily sign this and release it. I think it's good. But like I don't want to like bite off more than I can chew when I say that, and I just want to, at the moment when I'm talking about signing things on here, like Thistle's tracks I'm definitely up for when they're deemed to be finished. So I'm just trying to like keep to like low volume and try and get it right. But once Magda's quit work and has started helping me, I'll have a better idea for if we can really start releasing stuff a lot more regularly. Yeah, nice switch up, says Mad MC Man. Yeah, it keeps it interesting to have a second drop there. Yes, it's very dry. Yeah, a little bit of choice wetness would be good, like sort of, you know, when you sort of automate the reverb tail to only come in sometimes. I think that's about, yeah, like in terms of feedback, I think that sounds great. There's not a lot I would change, really. Good balance of sounds, tiny bit more top end snap on the snare. It's a bit like rim shotty for me, but it's not too rim shotty. Like I tolerate that. That's cool. Really nice. Like it's good that after the breakdown it makes a little bit of a switch, but it's not too weird of a switch. Yeah, that's really good. Like that deserves to be released pretty much as is. Like I've heard far worse. Very competent. Good tune there, really. So that was Offrobot Crunch. Good work. Right. Diligent Fingers is next. Have we got... I saw someone saying Diligent Fingers in the chat. Yes, oh, you're here. Good, good, good. So this is... You posted this like 2 weeks ago, so I don't know if it's already out. This is Rumours. Is this the... We haven't listened to this yet, have we? Let's see. Says it's a month old. Cool. Is this one coming out yet? Is it already released or scheduled for release or anything you want to tell us about it? We love Diligent Fingers stuff anyway. I feel a bit... I mean, a lot of you guys have had stuff released now, so it's part of this is just playing it to the community and giving me a chance to listen to it. Oh no, I'm gonna yawn, I'm sorry. That usually means I like it. And just that I'm tired. What do you like, Diligent Fingers? Yep. Sounding good so far. Drum pattern's a bit skittery for me, for my personal tastes. Like the atmospheric stuff. And a sort of nice edit there. We need a meme that's if I yawn it means it's good, it's a sign of respect. It says I'm a middle-aged man in the middle of the afternoon, it's siesta time. Yeah, if I actually fall asleep, it's a certified banger, right? If I'm like wait a minute. We've got a hit. Nice to bring the vocals in there, yeah, keep things moving. Is that the same that they used in Alien Girl? Very distorted in Alien Girl, obviously, but yeah. Double drop with body rock, says AD, yeah, could work. The triple, for me personally, like triple time beats is just a no-no for me because it's difficult to mix with anything else. I always feel like that's... You sort of reduce, you know, the likelihood of people being able to play it unless you stick in a straight, you know, 4/4 timing bit at the beginning and the end. Even Body Rock, which was huge, I hardly ever played that because it just, like, it was a pain in the arse to mix. But that's just like, it's a sort of a personal thing rather than like, you know, the rules. Oh my god, I'm yawning so much, I'm so sorry. Everything sounds cool on the mix to me, really, like... Everything's there. I'm not sure I'm a... Yeah, 3 yawns, big tune. Yeah, I'm going to have to make some kind of... squelchy bass is nice. I think, like, the vibe, like, the vibe is that sort of full cycle kind of early V... found samples and things. I like that. It's cool. Like, mixdown sounds all right to me. Nothing was bang out of order. Plenty of interesting sounds. Nothing clashes. Or you know what you're doing. We all know you know what you're doing. So yeah, that's cool. It's not the sort of thing I would play. So it's not really to my tastes exactly. But those wicked, perfectly cool tune there. I think that's a nice one. We need a bit of an applause for that. Hooray! Hooray! Good work, Diligent Fingers. That was called Rumours by Diligent Fingers. Thank you very, very much, sir. Big fan. Great to hear your stuff. Can we do a shout out for Dillinger Fingers? Dillinger Fingers. Shout out for Dillinger's Fingers. Shout out to Diligent. Is it 1L? Yes. Please, everybody, give Diligent Fingers a follow if you're not already. To Dillinger's Fingers. Dillinger's Fingers. Oh no! If I call you Dillinger's Fingers from now on, that's terrible. Yeah, thanks a lot. Big up. It's that mixdown well out of order, mate. John B demo session in the future. What's that from? Huh? Conclave's comments here. You've lost me there a bit. Right. Something new. This is from Absent. Let's see. I loved some of Absent's stuff earlier. Really nice sort of liquid vibes. I got something. I might have to go. His mixdown was out of order. Oh, I didn't mean that. It wasn't out of order. Everything sounded fine to me in Diligent Fingers' mixdown. It sounded great. Let's just pause this. Somebody in the chat. Mexy's just jumped in, who's a Tarkov player, says, "Hi, just wanted to drop by and say I needed to find your sunglasses this wipe after wearing them all wipe and accidentally wearing the Fountain Raid ones. But you got Kappa and was listening to my music while you got them. Like, Keep Your Fevers is incredible. Keep doing your thing. Sorry for..." Oh no, so you'd been hanging on to my glasses for ages and then you accidentally took your one pair of Fountain Raid ones in. Oh my god, I'd have been so sad. But well done, congrats on getting Kappa as well. That means you must be really... If any of you that don't play Tarkov, basically if you get Kappa, it's sort of, you've kind of completed the game. It means you're very, very good at it. So well done, Mexy. Respect. Thanks for stopping by. Today it's a music stream here and I'm listening to demo music made by people from the community, people that pop into the stream from time to time. Seasoned Kiwi says, "What kind of genres do I react to?" It's not reacting. It's we're just playing it for everyone in the stream, and I'm trying to give helpful feedback to people from like my point of view as an old bastard who's somehow survived in the music scene for this long. I'm not really a dubstep aficionado. So, he's got an ad. I'll wait for him to come back. But, yeah. So, this is Absent. It's called When It Hurts. He's into dubstep. He can have an ad. Yeah. Give him another one. Sounding nice. Drums are interesting. I really like the pads. They're what make it for me. Sort of breakage vibes about it, I guess. Amazing, yeah. I really like Absint's vibe, just, you know, I don't want to say like sounds like or whatever, but I like the attitude of it, like caliber, like that kind of just restraint, calm restraint. Oh, Seasons Kiwi's back from the ad. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not going to be able to give you much helpful feedback for dubstep because I don't really listen to dubstep, and certainly, and I don't personally like really the sort of noisy American kind of dubstep stuff. So, I wouldn't have much expertise to be able to like tell you. I mean, I could listen and tell you if I thought the bass was too loud or too quiet and overall mix stuff, but like, I'm not knowledgeable enough to be particularly helpful. So we're sticking mainly to drum and bass here, but by all means post your track in the Discord, in the demos channel, and if I get to it, I can have a quick listen. Yeah, Grimilda Squared says they like the double kick. How do you get those things sounding so clear? Yeah, like a double kick like that is risky, but it sounds alright there, doesn't it? Yeah. What's Breakage's label? I don't know what label has Breakage got a label? If he does, I don't know the name of it. I'm sure if you Google it, we'll find out. Bass spin, is that? You dip the first kick a little bit so it's more like the Amen. Yeah, that's a good thought, yeah. I don't really have any feedback on that apart from I really like it. That's cool. Would probably play it. Like, I mean, it's very simple, bit repetitive, but that's the nature of it. Sounds great to me. I'd love to sign something of Absint's at some point. I'm just waiting till I hear the one that's like, yes, that one. I'm not sure that one's like, it's not up my street. It's super duper mega enough for me to want to sign it. Not like that's some big fucking prize or anything, but sort of just as a personal vibe, really. So thank you very much, Absent. That was a song called When It Hurts. Seasoned Kiwi says it's not traditional dubstep, it's more Reese vibes to the bass. Tried to make it in a unique way, has a couple of dubstep elements. Well, post it in the Discord, and if I get down that far today, we'll check it out, seeing as you're here. Yeah, Breakage is signed to Shy FX's label, I think, isn't it? Digital Soundboy, right? Kazumi Anzai, hello, and thanks to the Nox stream for the. Is that Nox as in Nox Festival, who I played for in February? If so, hello. If not, hello. Welcome in. Good to see you. Then we've got one here from Zircon. It says, sorry for not being a SoundCloud link. I'm new here and not sure what is allowed. We'll make an exception. I'd like another coffee, I think. It might stop me yawning. I mean, coffee doesn't stop you yawning, but I think I'd like one. So I'm going to do a quick BRB and top up my water and make a coffee. So I'll be back in like 3 minutes-ish. That's usually how long it takes me to do this stuff. So see you in a minute, folks. I'll hit an ad as well so that we get rid of the pre-rolls. Back in a minute. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a lesser high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to. When a friend is to love, you know the rules and it's all to one. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
off is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikita. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Teething all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John B. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret lab straight, gonna get a harmony. If you're not a scout, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the fleet. Big up all the scalpers and worry, come kick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight the Tarkov boss here. Saluta. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov buzzer inside the place. Yes, yes. Absolutely wicked, 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 wicked.
Sorry. Yes, I'm filming this in 2.4K today, 60 frames a second.
Oh my gosh, who wants the rewind?
Got my coffee, just going to the bathroom, back in a second.
Ich mag gerne deutsche Mädchen.
Damage, Hotel Room.
Guten Morgen. Was ist das hier Schönes?
Dashcam fails. Bye bye. Airport Ninja breakfast.
We're shortly coming to the cabin to take your order for animal items.
I'm back. I made a coffee. It's my this is the first. I haven't had a fourth coffee in a long time, so keep an eye on me. If I start acting weird, that's why. The label you thought was Breakage is Bassbin. I don't think I've heard of Bassbin, but I don't think that's his label, right? Entropy says Jim is great, progressed a lot under him. Siren was taken. Thank you for the follow. Good to see Maxi still here. Nice one, nice one. Right, so I got my coffee. Amazon's been as well and delivered. I'd ordered a cheap bike, a rack thingy to put on me my mountain bike, so I can put bags on it, and that's arrived. So that's good. I can deal with that. Hopefully, it's not all bent and stuff. Right, Zircon. It's not a SoundCloud link, but we'll give him a benefit of the doubt and play it through here. It's like, this sounds like sort of video game music, really, like horror video game drum and bass, rather than, well, it's called Necromancy, so okay, that makes sense. Sounds to me like it's a bit more beginnery, like nice energy. I like there's a theme to it, which is sort of horror, video gamey vibes with a name like that. Drums sound a bit messy. It sounds a bit beginnery, not sort of dance floor drum and bass for release for like drum and bass fans, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Mars Attacks. Just, you know, someone's got some good ideas and just bashed them out. I'm definitely getting like ghouls and ghosts. Electric guitars. Very much like this is well put together if you frame it as key change there. Yeah. The drums are a bit messy regardless, but apart from that, musically it's very good. All the synths and all the parts, like the person's obviously musically talented. Really does feel like video game vibes. Bit of hard time. Programmed drums that sound like real. Don't like those drums there. But it's part of the build-up, I get it. Bass is a bit like woolly. That's it. It's totally... This ticks all the boxes. Yeah! This is good fun. Absolutely, like in a video game. Yeah, boss fights. Gav Champ says it's definitely his sort of vibe. Thistle says it just needs TLC on the mixdown. Yeah, like I mean, it's not the kind of thing like Groove Rider's going to play or sort of get played in, you know, drum and bass clubs and everything. It's a drum and bass song. It sounds like it's suited to a video game, like a horror video game, like indie game stuff. I think, yeah, just a bit of TLC on the mix down. The drums sounded a little... just the mix was all a bit mushy. Just a bit too busy. There were a few elements where there was a bit too much going on, and like the drums... a bit too reverby, maybe. But yeah, that definitely needs an applause. There we go. Whee! Glad to send that in. I should probably put comments on these, but I don't want to lose my place in the Discord. So we'll just have to save that for when people are watching back. Back in the earlier 2010s, it would have got played. So it's amazing. Well, I don't really think not in any of the clubs I went to, but it's a good piece of music. I think in the vibes for you know, gaming world and all that. That's well put together. It has all the different changes, like oh, there's birds outside in the garden. I thought it was like my phone beeping, but it's a bird going crazy. So yeah, thank you very much to Zircon for that one. So we're listening to demos. It's the demos live stream, and I've got my coffee. Nice. Yeah, so big up Zircon there. I think with a few little tweaks that would improve it, but it for the box it's going for, it got in there nicely. These two here are from my friend Mike Boz. We listened to one last week, but I can't remember which one. And he's not here now, so I don't know if he would care. Can you remember if we listened to Voices or Superposition? Let's see if I remember which one. That was the one we listened to, so we'll check out Voices now. Yep, Gav got it right there. So this one is by Boz. Full disclosure, Boz is a very good friend of mine. Lives down in Brighton. I hang out with him whenever I can, whenever I go down there. Good lad, but he's just recently getting into music production, so he's still learning the ropes. But he's taking it very seriously. He knows drum and bass inside out. He's been playing drum and bass for a long time. Boz doesn't make plugins, as far as I know, but he'd be very capable of it if he wanted to. I think the choice of bass notes there is not right. It all works, but like this section now, there is no bass apart from the kick, which is, in terms of the arrangement, I don't know why you would do that. Their bass is back. It all sounds nice. So I think similar to the other one of his, if I remember rightly, sort of, it doesn't feel like there's a direction. Like it's not like leading you into a breakdown much, or, you know.
Sent messages from television, film, radio, and newspapers.
Good vocal sample there. Thank you very much for the sub, Brady. Thank you for 8 months, Brady. See, there's no sub on that bass there, because you can hear comparison to the kick. He's got good saturation on that bass though, like I can see what he's trying. The snare's pretty good snare, but some of those sounds on the top sound a bit kind of preset-y. And just overall, like the choice of bass notes and everything, it doesn't feel like it has much of a direction. And sort of, I think my main feedback would be like, listen to A, B, and test that. Listen to find drum and bass tunes you like, and listen to those and see how your tune measures up against it, and see how they differ in terms of like the attitude of the bass line, the sounds. There's a lot of those effect sounds that sound a bit like seagulls, I'm coming from Brighton, because there's probably the seagulls. Good thing is, like, the kick and the snare are all right. Like, I don't think they suit. The snare stands out in a bit of a funny way, but it's a pretty decent one. There's a lot of oscillating. I can tell, knowing him in real life, I can tell he's put a huge amounts of thought and effort into every single sound in there, and like sort of overdone it. All of the sort of lead sounds there's all like oscillating going on, and like I can feel there's like all the effort gone into everything, but I don't think it all like gels together sort of properly. Sounds good, like mixed down and everything is, you know, it's presentable and good. I just feel like the overall direction and sort of attitude is sort of, I don't know if it's like targeted enough towards a particular sound, and like the sort of the bass notes sound a bit like aimless. The pattern and the lead doesn't feel like a proper lead. The bass doesn't feel like bassy, like a proper bass. Sort of when the breakdown happens, it just sort of happens. It doesn't lead you into it, and equally when it comes out of it, it's like it just sort of does what it's doing without I don't know, sort of float. Just sort of bumbles along. Sounds nice. Sounds good. Sounds good loud. The kick and the snare's really good. I think the choice of bass lets it down. The notes play down the bass sound, because the kick and the snare are nice and solid, and lots of the individual sounds in there are really good. I just think they don't all fit together in the right way, really. And I really like the vocal sample in the breakdown. I know he spent a lot of time going through various sources. I won't give away his secrets, but you know, finding cool things to sample and rearranging the words and all that. Like mixed down sounding good, which is, you know, that's a core thing to get right. A lot of people never get that right. Just the idea that it sounds clear and separated. Kick and the snare are good. He's got all the building blocks in there and everything. I just think for that particular tune, sort of the things that let it down, I think, are not enough subs in the bass. I think choice of sound for the bass, and general sort of kind of lack of direction, and like it just sort of trundles along nicely, but sort of up and down, and there isn't really a clearly defined intro, drop, breakdown and drop. I mean, I can see from the arrangement it would look like that, but it doesn't feel like that when you're listening to it. So I'd work on that a bit more, like trying to build in moments. Sometimes it's simple enough just to have a riser and a crash kind of thing in the right sorts of places. Also, not much in the way of edits at the end of 16 bar sections, not any like fill-ins or swooshy boomy things, even short ones, and that could help elevate it. But there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot I would change if it was something I was working on. So yeah, I hope those comments are helpful if Mike ends up watching this stream back. But if you are, just give me a call. We'll do a one-on-one. You can make me a coffee next time I'm in Brighton. But thank you very much. So that was Boz. We give that a You can have a horse as well. I haven't used the horse sound yet. We saw a horse last time we went. I hung out with Mike and we went on a walk. There we go. There's a horse. Next one, we've got Conflate. Conflate's in the chat as well. Good stuff. So this is Moloko. Time is now a gully jungle. This is an unofficial remix of something, is it? Okay, cool. I may have to skip through this for copyright purposes if it's because I know Moloko. So show me what you got.
Show me what you got.
Nice strings. I like how the vocals are sort of, they're not out of tune, but they're kind of, they're in the right tune for that kind of jungle attitude. Conflate. I didn't say conflave, it's conflate. I'm trying to picture the original. I think I vaguely recognise the vocals. I know Moloko, obviously. So it's now a minute in and it hasn't dropped. That's something to note. Like, I have been sort of analysing intro lengths and things lately on stuff that's released and trying to decide early on in my production stuff what I'm going for in terms of how long we go until it drops. And a minute for me is usually absolute max until the drums come in, and judging by the look of it, so when does it... So it's 2 minutes, is it? I mean, I can't tell if it... We'll see if it looks like it drops here or bass comes in or something louder. But my first comment here would be you kind of need it to have kicked in properly by a minute, really, in my opinion. It was an early 2000s... Let me just check the original. The time is now... time is now... Is this...
Time takes too much.
At this moment last. Is that the original mix of it? That sounds like a sort of acoustic version or something. Yeah, I know the song. This Let's Make This Moment Last. Okay, so anyway, we keep going. I think the piano chords are a little bit aimless, a little bit low. Nice bass. I like the fact that you've done the reversey bit on the piano there, but I think the chords and the chord progression is a bit too, like, low energy, kind of. I mean, we'll see how... Alright. Oh, that's nice. Here we go. That's proper jungle breaks. And I like the Dillinger style, like, go very quiet before it all drops. That works nicely. Nice edit there. Well, that was a very wide, sort of semi-foghorny bass there. I think I'd turn the vocals up a little bit. I think if you're gonna, consider this a Moloko bootleg, you might as well make a bit more of that. I like what you've done with the vocals, using them in a very different way from the original. To the point where, like, you might as well take those vocals out or put something else in, and then you could actually just release this as a proper song without having to worry about the samples. But that's sort of a whole other thing. But I'd turn the vocals up, I think, because they're nice and they're an important part of it. I'm not too keen on the intro, to be honest. I thought the intro dragged on too long. I thought the chord progression just sort of didn't really do any... I'm trying to be positive and offer positive feedback here. And when I say stuff that's negative, I'm not trying to be rude about things or anything, so please don't, like, take it the wrong way. But, like, I just felt like the piano sound itself was a bit preset-y. But you can, if the piano key, the chords were, like, higher in the keyboard, it wouldn't sound as bad. It didn't sound bad, but you know what I mean. I think it would sound better if the chords were different chords, maybe a bit higher up, and a chord progression that, I don't know, like kind of, it felt like it didn't really go anywhere. It was just like piano chords, and sort of there wasn't like a musical like evolution and resolution or something. It was just sort of somewhere in between, where you would just have like sustained chords that just sort of stay there, and maybe just like the bass note goes up and down a little bit or something. It was like, my first impression was like it was just a sort of series of chords that all sounded nice, all sounds cool, but it didn't like go anywhere or make you excited to feel that it was gonna drop into some heavy jungle in a minute. So I'd experiment with maybe playing the piano chord, playing some different chords, and like slightly higher up the keyboard, if you know what I mean. Maybe a bit more reverb on the strings to make them sound a bit less preset-y and a bit more realistic. Maybe add in a artificial like pad kind of thing in there to sort of make it add something a little bit more to the intro. And I did feel like the intro was a bit too long. I would have, because you know how it is, like you DJ as well, right? You know how long most intros are now, and going over a minute is rare and like not really necessary. I liked how you did sort of like Dillinger pioneered just before all the drums kick in, where it goes to kind of almost silence and stuff. That was a good switch up, that fitted it. And all the break, I'll keep playing it now, but like all the breaks and everything sounding nice and good and jungly. Like my only issues so far, which are just personal opinion and whatever, is I'm just sort of telling you what's popping into my head. Main stuff was just sort of intro related. Really good edits. The bass Reese thing feels slightly panned to the right to me on my... It might be to do with all the random stuff, but I feel like your Reese might be slightly panned a bit too much to the right. I'd also... maybe, I don't know, a bit more distortion, bit more mad reverb on that or something funny. Turn the sub up a touch. Yeah, bass. The bass is there, but I turn up the bass. Amazing's picked that up, and you're right, yeah. I like that. I like the woodblock thing then. That was... Again, turn the vocals up here a bit. Those strings... I'd try some different chords there, to be honest. They sound nice, but they don't sound right to me. Also, not a huge fan of that drum two-step. Go for something a bit more like Pulp Fiction-y, but the snare, I think, lets you down a bit there, the sort of clappy thing. Because when you combine like that drum kick and snare with the sort of preset-y sounding strings and piano, it all just sounds a bit preset-y and a bit like amateurish. Whereas if you just changed the presets, the choices of sounds used there, it would vastly improve it, in my humble opinion. So the kick you've got there is all right, like, and it's got the sub to it, but the clap doesn't cut the mustard, kind of, to me. But you know, other people will disagree. All your amen breaks and everything are nice, and your editing's good. Definitely turn your sub up, like I think 2 dB probably. The notes it's playing, like, sound, they fit what you've got going on there. And you've got the foghorn for a bit of interest. I like that little edit there. That's cool. That's a cool edit as well. I like that too. not sure that's necessary, that section on the end there, because if you're mixing this as a DJ, you'd start mixing in the other tune here, but it sounds like almost another tune when it's not the amens bit. So I think you've got an unnecessary chunk of time there on the end, because it's already 6:38 here. No, so is it 5 minutes? I'd scrap the end bit and just like do a bit more of the amens with the no bass and stuff, and you'd be fine. Because people probably want to like mix in over the amens rather than I know like you'd think you'd want to mix over the two steps, but it wouldn't necessarily, to the people in the club, it wouldn't sound like you're mixing over the previous tune, because it's almost like a different tune, sort of. Kazumi Anzai in the chat says, ditch the Moloko stuff and make it an original. Like, I'd be tempted to do that too, but it depends on your vibe for everything you want to do. But you could get by without using the Moloko a cappella vocals that you've got in there, and just find some other vocal a cappella to use. Audio Trap, thanks for the follow, and Emotional Groove Obsession, thanks for the follow, and Stints, thank you for telling me to hydrate. Yes, I shall hydrate. With a coffee, which is not fully hydrating, but it's good enough. Yeah, like the guts of it, the amens and all the edits and everything are good. The sub sounds good. I'd turn the sub up. The foghorn sounds slightly panned to the right, so I'd move that in. I'd experiment with a bit more like mad reverb on the foghorn. Maybe not quite as have the foghorn bass happen as frequently as it does. I think it doesn't need to be as long. I think you can shave some time off at the end. I think it's unnecessary to switch back to the two-step at the end, and I personally would keep the amen going, but maybe take the bass out. And I think the intro is too long. You could probably have it dropping at around about a minute, or a bit more than a minute. I personally would look at least playing different chords on the piano. Maybe try like an M1 piano, or like lean into the preset thing and use something that sounds like a more old rave piano, like off one of the Roland Cloud ones that we were looking at yesterday. Try playing a different chord progression maybe. And with the strings as well, like unless orchestral strings like that sound really realistic, they always sound preset-y to me, and like sometimes that's cool if it goes with the whole vibe of the tune. Other times I think it cheapens like what else you've got going on. I'd experiment with maybe adding a more synthetic pad alongside them, or on top, or instead of, or go to a much more simpler sort of repetitive string type thing in the intro, like Dillinger used to do, still does. Kind of, he had this vibe where it'd be like a very, very simple intro with some strings and stuff, and then it would just cut and, go into kind of what you got there. So you might, if you decide you don't want to stick with the piano at all, you could swap it out for something, and it wouldn't like be a huge amount of work. The Moloko vocals you've got in there fit really well. All the effects and stuff you've done to them are really good. I'd have them louder because they sound nice, and I think they're a bit low in the mix, so I'd turn them up at least like 2 dB, maybe a bit more. But you could also just grab some random vocals off a sample pack and use them instead, and then this wouldn't have to be a bootleg, and you could, try and release it somewhere somehow, and at least just have it properly under your name. Thistle says, have notes that overlap more than one chord. Yes, that's a good shout as well. Astrolock says, what's the average price in your experience if you do say a 16 bar part for the intro or something through Fiverr? Kazumi says you get all your vocals done using Fiverr singers. Yeah. I mean, you can always do. I don't use Fiverr that much. I've used them for like scripted things for intros and that. But there's a lot of people on Fiverr where you can say, "Can you do me a top line? Here's my song. Here's the words I want you to sing. Can you sing them a bit like this? Give them some examples or whatever." Amazing's talking to Kazumi Anzai in the chat. That's a good shout, and like it costs more than a Fiverr when you do that, but it's it's worth it sometimes. Sometimes it's not worth it, and you feel like you've wasted 50 quid or 30 quid or whatever it is, but can be worth a go if you think the rest of the tunes worth it and it's worth a pop. Like you got to speculate to accumulate, I've heard people say, and that's true. Doesn't always work, but Labs is very good for strings, says Mike Intake. That is correct, yeah. Those of you that don't already use that, so Spitfire Audio are brilliant. They do these big orchestral sample packs that all composers use that make music for TV and film and video games and all of that. And so they have these huge sample libraries that are very expensive and amazing and all recorded at Abbey Road Studios and Air Studios and all that. But they have lots of free ones that are kind of designed to like get you into their ecosystem and get used to working that way, and they got loads of free things. I've got all of them, and I've bought. They do also sell like cheaper, like, you know, sort of 60, 70, 100 quid more cut down or sort of more, you know, a narrow use case scenario plugins for, like, you know, a choir or a certain strings, or they have some nice piano ones, but they have loads of free ones that's called their Labs series, which is well worth it. I love them. I need to use them more, actually. They're really good for authentic sounding, you know, orchestral strings, stuff like that, and it's all just on standalone plugin-y things. But the free ones are free. But they're expensive libraries. They're sort of, you know, proper orchestra things. I don't know, 500, 600 quid or something like that. Like, I haven't looked lately. I haven't bought anything like that. But at Christmas they had a sale on, and I bought like 3 or 4 things that were about like 39 or 49 each or something. They were all really good. Like, I bought a really good choir one that I've used. I can't remember the rest. I'll show you next time I've got Logic open, but they're really, really, really good. So that was I think it was Thistle that brought that up. That's a very good shout. So anyway, so big up to Conflate for that one. Great jungle work there, great breaks and stuff. Hopefully my feedback was helpful. Trying to, like, you know, you don't have to listen to me, it's just my opinion. And everyone in chat's been giving their opinions too, so that's good. I think you're well on the way there. That's a real good work. So big up to the Conflate. It's demos time. Yeah, and Government Fun in the chat says Native Instrument do good orchestral plugins too. They do indeed. They're not free though, but yeah, I mean, the Native Instruments complete plugin setup. I have that. I don't tend to use it that much because I'm not super familiar with it, but whenever I feel like I need a particular sound, I know I've probably already got it in there, and I go and have a look. Like I think I got a hookup on it. Native Instruments have hooked me up many times over the years and like given me stuff for free, so I'd always give them a big shout out, but I also need to like let you know that I have been given that for free. But I highly rate Native Instruments stuff. Like, we've used Massive a lot lately because it's one of those well, not everyone, but like, I feel like anyone who's releasing music or does drum and bass professionally or whatever, they've all got Native Instruments complete. Most people, it's probably the first set of plugins they buy, you know, third-party stuff. So whenever I'm like trying to sort of copy somebody's vibe or like do a song inspired by someone else's like sort of sound, I'm trying to think of how they made a sound, I'm just like, I bet that's a preset on you've seen me do this many times lately, and I'm like, oh, it's basically just this let's go for this one, and it's the sound that's become somebody's signature sound, you know, and it's basically a preset. So Scout's friend says the demo you submitted uses tons of Native Instruments. Hopefully you didn't butcher them too much. I'm sure you didn't. Astrolock says the new orchestral libraries are finally pretty good that came with Complete 12. Yeah, they're huge files. So when I go and look at how much they are to install, some of the individual libraries are like 20, 30 gigabytes of data because it's all multi-sampled stuff. So they go to an orchestra and they say like play C, but a bit quietly, and they record it at many different velocity levels, and then those are all velocity mapped per note. So it's bonkers. So next one, we're on to Loma. I remember listening to Loma's stuff last time, and they were really good tunes. So let's get on to this one. This is called Sakura. There used to be a really corporate, well, not corporate, there was a nightclub in Reading called Sakura that I went to a few times back in the day. It wasn't like a cool one, it was a sort of commercial kind of place, but they did do some drum and bass in there sometimes. Astrolock had to buy a new hard drive after getting Complete 12. Alright. Brady knows Loma, very talented. Yep. I came to that conclusion last stream when we listened to some of his stuff. Oh, very nice. Modal like this. This is Modal's kind of vibe. Oh, yeah, this is good. This is really good production, isn't it? Oh, yeah, nice sub there. I don't know if you guys would have heard that. Yeah, this is good. I love the mega reverb on some stuff in the background there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Turn it up on my headphones. Turn it up for you as well. Consequence vibe, says Nitrovert. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Best tune of the day so far, says Government Fun. This is my favourite so far, yeah. Those sustained strings give me Source Direct feels. Yeah. Very tasteful, really like this. Yeah, reminds you of No U-Turn, says Stints. Yeah, I can see the influence. The sort of the big echo and the sort of hints at the breaks. I like those subtle, that vocal, that's I recognise that vocal sample, but it's kind of, it sounds like ghostly. Oh yeah. Really, really like this. Lovely edit, yeah. Really like this. I think I would be happy to sign this if he wanted to release it on my label. It's not like a super commercial sound or anything, but I really, really like the vibe. It's got lots of little elements and references to stuff that I like, but it's not copying anything, it sounds individual. I like the atmospherics, I like the sort of hints at sort of futuristic science fiction without being derivative. Even though it's sort of half-timey, it's still got a pace to it. and I really like the use of reverb and how the sort of additional breaks, you can hear them in the distance, but they're still kind of up front. It's quite clever. Yeah, everything just sits nice. That extra snare sort of separates itself very well, but not like standing out horribly or anything. Brilliant. Really, really like that. I think I'll send him a quick message saying, yes, I really like this. I would like to sign it, please. I'll just do this off camera. Send a message. Yo. What was it called? Sakura. Loved Sakura. Would love to put it out on beta if you were ever interested. Big up. Cool. Right, let's get back to my demos page. Has it brought us back to... No, it hasn't. Of course not. Now I've got to find where we were. Early bird. Oh, that's another one. Oh, wow, he's been busy. Cool. Right, we can go back. It's demos! All right. Okay, we've got another one from Amazing here. Amazing's first tune of the day. Always a pleasure. I love your like song titles and sort of the artwork you choose for them. It's very, very cool. So this here. Oh, that's a nice piano. So this one we've got here is from our man Amazing360 in the chat. It's called Sad That I'm Here Again. Hansen Varkas is the name on SoundCloud. Nice piano, giving me sort of vaporwavy vibes. Very nice Rhodes sample. Is that a sample, or did you sort of play it, or? Cool. All sounding nice so far. Everything's sitting together well. Samples, cool. Perfect amount of reverb on the Rhodes. That's sort of liking everything so far. Old Lady Raver says the picture looks like a Microsoft Teams promo picture.
Okay, man, are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Now, come on, now crank this motherfucker up. Hey!
Good morning, Samson. Thank you.
Okay, man, are you ready to go?
Yeah, Astalok says some tambourines. I think the Amen editing and everything's really good, but the Amen EQing on it could do a little bit more. Like, it feels like there's a bit of the tops have been rolled off a bit. I think, yeah, like a bit of think, a little bit of tambourine stuff might elevate the Amens there. Bass, the low bass could go up a smidgen. It's like a very low bass, but I'm hearing it okay on my headphones. Maybe turn the bass up a bit. I think the key you're in has meant that the low notes are a bit too low. Possibly.
Okay, man, are you ready to go? I'm ready to go. Now, come on, now, crank this motherfucker up.
I really like the Rhodes. I think it sets the tone really well. Thistle's comments quite valid as well, saying maybe add a little something on top of the Rhodes. I think it's all right without, but it wouldn't hurt having a bash. Dum dum. I'm not too sure about the choice of notes there on the bass, but it's not a deal breaker. Really nice tune. This is one of your best yet, I would say, Amazing. Amazing, it's two years old, right? And you don't want to, like, it kind of helps stylistically that the Amen isn't perfectly EQ'd, because if it was, it would interfere. It lets the Rhodes sing a little bit. Like, sometimes with older sounding, like jungly stuff, you don't want it all sounding super polished and perfect, because then it doesn't sound all cool and jungly anymore. So, I don't know, really, like, sounds nice, and no major feedback, no major sort of changes I would request on that. Maybe have a little look at some tambourines or something, as Astalok said, to go alongside the Amens a bit, maybe, but that might ruin it. I don't know, it's hard to say. But yeah, that's really good. I love the Rhodes, the Amen editing's good, the sub choice of bass notes played and everything fits the pattern and the vibe. Not 100% into the bass before the Amen drops, but it's all right. I think your low bass might be a bit too low. You know, like certain keys kind of work better, and when you have to go a bit lower, the sub is just inaudible or approaching inaudible. So you might be suffering from that a bit. Maybe if you move the whole thing up one semitone, it might help. Maybe if you looked at the bass notes that your sub is playing, and if you found that a couple of the very low ones you could play an octave higher instead, might help. I've done that a few times myself lately, and it sort of saved me. So yeah, I really like that. That sounds really good, mate. Big up, well done there, Amazing. Sad the Time Here Again by Hansen Varkas. Lovely little track, says Jess Darkside. I think we all like that very much. Round of applause. It's the demos. Alright, yeah, love the Amen edits. Yeah, so, yeah, love the Amen edits on that. Really good work, Amazing. Thanks for keeping on sending us your stuff. It's always really cool. We got something here from Stillhead, a good friend of ours. I think he's off on holiday, possibly at the moment, so somewhere where there's not much internet. So this is me talking to future Alex. Stillhead's had plenty of stuff released in the past, like he's an accomplished producer as it is, so he doesn't really need me to tell him how to do anything. I think this is more a case of playing us something he's done, and you guys get to hear it, and I can have a listen too, although I'm sure he'd like a bit of feedback as well. Oh, okay. Amazing saying the tune that we listened to then was current. Okay, good. Cool. Ah, he's listening. Whee! On a call. He's on a call. All right. Nice one. So this is new Stillhead. So you might know Stillhead from his previous pseudonym of Different, doing like bass music, dubby stuff, like really knows his shit. So this is some dark speed bass, it says here. Hashtag dark speed bass. Sort of here. Got me in one ear and work peeps in the other. Okay, cool. Make sure I'm trying to distract you so you say something bad on your work call. All right. What speed bass? We're about to find out. Oh, that's good. Coming in with a mist whistle there. That's the Stillhead dubbiness there. I'm liking that. Ooh. Nice. Really good clear production here, isn't it? Nice sub there, but it's not muddy. Really nice breaks editing. Snare's good, like reinforced. The snare's been reinforced there. Ooh. That's cool. So this is Stillhead's take on a 4/4 tune at 170, a mix of drum and bass and kind of techno. Yeah, I like it. It's got a sort of techno vibe to it. It's sort of big room techno warehouse. I really like that. That's cool. We need that video of the like goth people. Oh, it's and that little stab, the Ed Rush or Trace one. Yeah, this is heavy. This is really good. Really good production. Everything sits in very nicely. And some good little touches. Does the... Imagine this in like Printworks or something. That would be really cool. Some real big old warehouse. Nice. Oh yeah. Very good sound design on the bass there, fucking hell. Sveno says, trust the government to get noise at the mention of Scotland. Really, I love the bass there. Like, solid ass sub, but really sort of evil, grimy, greasy thing on the top of it. It doesn't sound preset. It's like very organic, but like spot on. Yeah, this is 10 out of 10 says Thistle. I think I agree. I have nothing to like add to like change or improve. This is spot on. Really, really like it. I'd absolutely play this in my sets. I'd release it too, but I mean you can release things yourself, can't you? Yeah, WAV would be great. Thank you, Alex. Yeah. I'd really like to play this out because it's very different. and it sits in like an interesting spot in between sort of headsy stuff and like samurai halftime, like very mature, but it's got all the breaks sort of. It's really, 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 really good. Really love this. So this is called Full Steam Ahead. This is by our man Stillhead. Give him a follow. He's a Twitcher as well. Stillhead music. We got a shout out there. We got a shout out. Give him a follow. Fantastic work there. That gets a and an applause and a hooray. Really, really, really like that. Great work, Stillhead. Much respect, sir. And please send me a WAV of that. I'd love to, at the very least, be able to play that in my sets. I'd love to release it as well. But I mean, you can release all your own stuff anyway. I'm not sure me releasing it would really help you with anything, but big up to Stillhead. So we've got something here from Moisin. Who's another friend of ours and is active here on Twitch. So it says, what sets Phunk apart is a masterful fusion of classic Phunk elements with this dark, brooding intensity of newer Phunk. Oh, yeah, damn right. Is this coming out anywhere, or...? Hey!
Phunk.
Tight, great production. Everything sounds fine to me. Moisin's had plenty of stuff released though, so... And it's cool with the saxophones and stuff.
Well, we're not cardio, we're not neuro, but I like to think we're an important part of the spectrum. Well, we're not cardio, neuro, Phunk.
Quite wide parts of the bass there in the stereo space. One note bass though. I think that's the only criticism I can. The only thing I can think of so far that is a criticism, but like not a high level one or anything, is the bass is only one note. There's maybe in some of the edits you could have a bit of interest because it's just like maybe if you went that's the only thing. Like,
well, we're not neuro. Well, we're not cardio. Well, we're not cardio, we're not neuro, but I like to think we're an important part of the spectrum. Well, we're not cardio, neuro, Phunk.
nice bongos. Stint says the bass line could get more quirky at times or have like an answer type bass. Other than that, you really like it. Yeah, that's sort of the only... If you're trying to think of a way to improve it, that's the only thing I can come up with, really. Mix sounds good. I love the main riff, that bit, and the saxophone. Maybe that could be in it a little bit more often, apart from just the intro. Really good drums. I like how it strips down there.
Phunk.
Phunk. Phunk.
I think only sort of comment I have there is the bass is just one note, but changing it up might make it lose its vibe, so I don't know, but and maybe make a bit more of the nice riff with the saxophone and stuff, because I really like that. It's cool. But yeah, great tune, great mix down, good job. He knows what he's doing. He's had stuff released before. Good work. So thank you very much, Moisin. You get an applause and a that was called Phunk, spelt P-H-U-N-K-K, by Moisin. Jacob Tilburg Music has come into the chat and says, yo, will I listen to your demo today? If you've posted it in the Discord demos channel and it's a SoundCloud link and it's drum and bass and I get to it, then I will, yes. If we run out of time, it'll roll over until the next one. But I'm planning on doing a long one to try to get through them all. You didn't get a horse. Oh, sorry. There you go. That's Mamazing's horse. Whoa. So please don't skip the Offrobot this time. Oh no, did I skip Offrobot last time? I do apologise. We've already listened to one Offrobot tune so far on the stream. But we give you two, so that you get sort of two chances of getting your tunes out, because a lot of you are very prolific and make a lot of music, but I don't want to listen to like more than two of any one person's tunes, otherwise it's a bit unfair. So two's good. So we've got another Offrobot here from the ones and the zeros. The Offrobot is called Sackratek 02. Just in the background I've heard some beeps. I just need to check if I've had any urgent emails come in. A switch. So my comments here are, there's not enough low end on the sub there, and the snares are a bit chaotic. I know that's stylistically part of the thing, but there's like 2 or 3 different pitched snares there, which always feels like it's a bit weird. And those edits are a bit weird. Really good Reese, but it needs a bit more low on it. I like the edits, I like that there are edits, but there's a bit much. That bit too much jittering for me. I think the main deal breaker, I mean, this is a great tune, but like the main thing I would pay attention to is it needs more low end on the subs there. That's like the only deal breaker. And it sounds like this. A few slightly differently pitched snares. I like that jangly bit there, that's good. That's... really good though, almost there. It's not my realm of expertise exactly, sort of mega neuro. Like, I don't have much of a experience in making it, but I do listen to a lot and I do play a fair bit of neuro, like my chosen picks in my sets. Like, that sounds almost bang on to me. Like, main comment, it really is, there's not enough sub on the Reese, but you could just add that easily enough. I think the drums are a little bit too a bit mental in parts, like dial them back a bit, the edits. And I personally don't like Nero when it's sort of multiply, like when the snares, I don't mind like a pitched snare, that style of pitched snare, but when there's more than one and they're slightly different pitches, I don't really get that. So that's my sort of feedback. Oh, it's 2.5 minutes long. Get in there. It's interesting indie bits. What was the intro was really cool. I liked how it just went like yeah, really good cinematic intro and everything, like spot on there. Good work there, Offrobot. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, so just main thing I would say is have a look at your low end on there, really. We get little on-screen things when someone subscribes to my YouTube, which unfortunately I don't make it. It's not like a Twitch sub where I get a like 50p or something. If you get a sub on YouTube, it doesn't really. Well, it's good, it's great. One day I'll have enough subscribers and I'll get one of those signs. But they're showing up, so don't get Twitch crew. Don't get distracted by Jean-Luc Picard popping up on the screen. So chat really liked that one. Yeah, Reese is missing some low. Was another comment, so that agrees with me. Kazumi said it's just not their thing. It's a bit too heavy for their taste. Fair enough. Yeah, that's just. I mean, that's a personal taste thing, really, rather than looking at it analytically, which is what I'm trying to do, just to try and help with production stuff. Korak says maybe the drums need a straight part to make it more DJ friendly. That's a good suggestion. Yeah. So that's great. Good stuff. Keep them coming, Offrobot. Thank you very much. We've got one here from Nitrovert. Who says, basically, first proper attempt at drum and bass. Any feedback welcome. Really stuck on this production stage structure-wise. I feel the main idea is there and arguably quite prominent, but the overall track still feels to me kind of stale. Okay, so let's have a listen and see what we think. MNFAA, thank you for the follow. Excellent choice. Okay, intro's very quiet there. Hi-hats are much louder than everything else. Let me just... It sounds like the whole thing's just sort of faded in very slowly. I think that's possibly an accident. Yeah, like it sounds like a fade in has been applied globally to everything, so I'd have a look at that. That's not right. The arpeggios are much too quiet in the mix there compared to the drums. The snare is not... Snare needs work. It's changed to another snare there. That's not something I would recommend. I like that distorted synth thing there. Reminds me of the soundtrack for Gomorrah, the TV series. There's some funny, like, percussion sounds in there. There's some strange undulations in, like, overall volume that don't sound right there. The snare sounds like too sort of flabby, so I'd look at that. Some of the elements are like really quiet. There's that sort of nice swooshes and booms. Good to hear that's in there. Some of those sound like there's a lot of issues with the relative volume levels of various bits and bobs in here. Like some sounds are just like jumping out as too loud. Other things are much too far in the background. So I would definitely look at that. And the choice of the snare is not good enough. Basically, you need a different snare. But I can see there's like the snare's got several elements to it. So you know. You've got your sort of tail and a bit of a body there, but they don't layer and gel together nicely. That sounds weird there with the kick still in, but the snares faded out. This... good, you're there, Nitrovert. Okay, cool. Those BP arpeggio things are much, much too quiet in the mix compared to the drums. I mean, a lot of this will come down to your monitoring situation, your speakers and things. Shakers are good there. It's good you've got them in there. But here, to me, it just basically sounds like a drum beat with very little else going on. And there's no bass line. I can't really hear a bass apart from an occasional sort of 808 bass. So yeah, you need some sort of a bass line in there. Because I hear here, that sounds to me like a different snare drum there. So like halfway through the tune, you've changed what your snare is, or accidentally like not copied it across. So, key feedback for you here, Nitrovert. I'm not sure if it's accidental or just because you sort of chopped an edit out. It sounds to me like it's fading in at the intro or something. I wouldn't do that. I think that's just a mistake. I think you need to look at your overall volume levels of everything. There's a lot of disparity between relative levels of stuff. Like the kick and the snare are quite loud in comparison to everything. I could hear some nice arpeggio-y synthy stuff in the background there, but it was so quiet you can hardly hear it at all. So I definitely boost them up. I'd look at the snare. The snare, I would change that, but I mean, getting a good snare is so difficult, so good luck with that. That's all I can say. It's such a difficult science. I couldn't really hear a bass line in there yet, so I'd work on adding a bass line. You wouldn't need, for the vibe of that tune, I think you could just get away with a nice like staccato-y sort of boom 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 boom. Just pop that in there to work around what you've got going. Arrangement wise, it didn't really feel like there were any defined moments, so look at just sort of having a defined intro and then a point where, you know, the drums come in properly and then a little breakdown and then kind of a second drop and a rollout. Like if you set the length of it's sort of all right, 4 hours, it's only 4 hours long, that's good, you know, 4 minutes 45 by the looks of it. That's definitely a max. You could probably cut it to 4. I would say, you know, go for like 48 bars for the intro or 32. Have a 16 bar pre-drop breakdown kind of thing with some risers. And then, you know, a drop where there's a noticeable point where the drums come in and add a bass. But like it's sounding good. I can see you getting the right bits and bobs in there. Those are my first thoughts for how to improve that. I think the main things are like get a bass line in there and have a look at your relative volume levels of all the different bits. There were definitely some parts in there that I could hear that were way too quiet, which meant that the drums were too loud in comparison to everything else. And I would think like having a bit more of a defined arrangement and dealing with that sort of fading in intro thing. I wouldn't normally do that. So those are my comments for you there, Nitrovert. Thanks for sending the tune in. Good work. Round of applause. That one was called Freight Ferry by Gravitial, which is Nitrovert. Good stuff. Cool. Well, keep them coming. Always happy to listen to your stuff and try to help you improve. That's why we're doing these things. Jolly good work. And we've got one here that Sodi has put us in. It says, "Hello, John. Here's the silly synthwave track that was an April Fool's joke. Vind, which is Vindsvept, writes fantasy folk music and has released a new track every other week for a decade. Probably obvious this is not a demo, it's just a fun, dumb thing. but you've decided from now on to only do space elf themed synthwave from now on. Okay, cool. So no need to review this one. I just asked to hear it a few weeks ago. It's not drum and bass, just a silly thing, says Sodi in the chat. Cool. I'm excited to listen to this now. Dougie Fresh says, I've listened to a few of these sessions now and I have a question. What's an amen moment? I think you mean there's a breakbeat that's frequently used in drum and bass called, named after the track it was sampled from, which is Amen Brother by the Winstons. So there's a I can play you it now. I've got it. It's a famous breakbeat called the Amen break. So whenever I'm saying the amens, it's in reference to the Amen break. So if I can just find it in among all my breaks somewhere, where's here we go. It's this. That break. That's the Amen break. There's lots of different versions of it around through different EQ and compression and distortion and whatever. If you Google Amen break, then there's documentaries out there about it. It's super famous. It's probably the most famous breakbeat there is. So that's what I mean when I mention Amen in these sessions. It's referencing a particular breakbeat. Like not all, but like most famous breakbeats, there's a name for them, which is usually the song they were originally sampled off, which are like old jazz, funk, tunes like that. There's some rock and roll ones as well, I suppose, but it comes from when there was a break in the song, and it would be like where like in jazz records where there's a period where they have a saxophone solo and a bass solo and a drum solo, and there'd be like the break in the song and the drummer would do their drum solo or just play the break beat, and that's kind of where it comes from. I hope that's what I believe to be true. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Gav says there's 90 million ways it's been chopped and EQ'd and rehashed. Yeah, absolutely. Obi Stonks Kenobi says there's a few documentaries on YouTube about the Amen break. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's breaks called Think, The Funky Drummer, lots of James Brown era type stuff. Apache, yeah, they're like the Shadows. Yep. So anyway, let's listen to this one. It's the Space Elf. This is on YouTube, but that's okay. All right, so this is Sodi in action. This is not for feedback because it's already released. Oh wow, that's good. I'm just going to talk over it because you've released it and I don't want to get in trouble. So it's got you singing on it, has it? And it's came out April the 1st. It's got the lyrics here. Very nice vocals. You're a space elf cosmic girl. You did the top line songwriting, wicked, okay. Head eyes! Hello! I need my robot sunglasses for this one, really, don't I? How you doing, Head Eyes? Good to see you, mate. I'm a space elf cosmic girl. Good processing on the vocals too. It's nice sort of harmonising things going on too. Stillhead sent me. Oh yeah, Stillhead sent me an image to some like weird fluffy sunglasses. Yeah, the background synths in the breakdown should have been louder, I reckon, yeah. Gav says, can you do a drum and bass remix of this? I'm sure if you ask them nicely. Really like that, Sodi. That's so you don't need feedback on that because it's already released and everything. That's done with Vinsvept for a bit of a synthwave session. Very, very nice. Good work on the top line and the vocals. Loving it. Give you a and a. Hello there, Real Morris. Hello, hello, hello. Romeo Peyote says, man, your hair looks sick today. Thank you very much. Thank you. It always looks sick. Every day my hair is flawless. Absolutely flawless. Don't expect anything less. Palette cleanse. Yes. A little break from the drum and bass. Thanks very much, Sodi. Love it. Great work. Hi there to Dreddy Bear. Thanks for the follow, Real Morris and Dreddy Bear as well. And Legacy FM vibes. In the chat. We got Conclave roaming around. We got Romeo Peyote in the place looking at my lovely hair. We got a tune here to check out now from Atomic Circus, who's always in the chat. So I'm looking forward to seeing this. It says, thank you for all the feedback. This is my third attempt on the DNB world, adding my synthwave vibe, and I still enjoy the journey. Okay, great. Oh, if it's got a synthwave vibe to it, I'm looking forward to that because I love a bit of synthwave. Let's get that positioned nicely. I did used to have my hair in a ponytail back in the day stints. Yeah, just when I don't know, just when I was DJing and things, but I stopped doing that because it was sort of breaking off. So I just have it how I have it now. Cowbell. It's got cowbell. A cowbell. It needs more cowbell.
Guess what?
Needs more cowbell.
I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Yeah, it's got some nice cowbell there. Okay, I'm noticing the snare. There's a triggering thing. There's two elements to the snare, and I can hear they're not hitting at the same point, so that needs to be fixed. There's no, it needs some like hats and top end to the drums. I think the drums so far is just kick and snare. So I think they're a bit too loud compared to everything else as well. I'm just trying to say what's coming in my mind for useful feedback here, Atomic Circus, by the way. And it's also like there isn't a melody yet. It's just repeating this chord pattern, which is nice. If you had a vocal on top of it, like Head Eyes is saying, like American Girls, a song of mine, it wouldn't matter so much. But when there isn't a vocal here, it's just a sort of nice chord progression. But like, that's not enough. Cowbell I approve of. There's a sort of a lead that should really be a vocal. Good, there's a breakdown. The breakdown happened at the right time. Nice bit of side chaining, I think. Yeah. Synths are sounding all right. I think an easy way to elevate this, would be like a female spoken word rap type vocal. You know, distort it, just electro clash it basically, or just your own voice, just do a stupid rap. And then it wouldn't matter so much that it's basically like just a chord progression. I think the bass line obviously is that dum 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 dum. I think it's all a bit mushes into everything, so there's some mix downy things you need to do there. I think the drums are a bit too loud. I think the snare needs work. The main first thing I'd look at with the snare is the fact that you can hear two things hitting slightly. There's a slight flam, like they're not both hitting at the same point. So you got to do that, and there's no other tops in the drums. There's no ride cymbal, no hi-hats, so I'd give that a bash, or maybe some like a sort of Human League type beep like they have in sort of Don't You Want Me. The synths are all quite nice, but I think, I mean, it says here it's only his third attempt at something, so that's amazing for someone who that's only their third attempt at doing some drum and bass. That's fantastic. So keep it going. Those are my sorts of thoughts. I think you could make it a lot better, and it would sort of cover up a lot of the things that without a vocal, it sounds nice and it's fine, but if you added a vocal to it, just a speaking, distorted female American or, European voice with some sort of kitsch lyrics that are kind of electro-clashy, it would add context to it, and it wouldn't matter so much about the fact it's sort of mainly just like a chord progression. And for the chorus, you could have like a nice sung female bit. I think that would be good. Cyborg's here. Oh my god! Wow, how's it going, mate? Cyborg in the place. Good to see you, dude. Let's do an applause for this one. So this was Atomic Circus's third ever drum and bass tune called DMZ. We're doing a demos feedback stream today. It's the demos. It's the demos. Sounded good. Nice. Ah, good, you're here, Atomic Circus, good. Sunglasses are on the way to Canada. Yes, they are. I posted them the other day. Wearing my sunglasses will definitely improve your production. Not. I mean, they might. You won't be able to see anything on your screen, though, so it might actually make them worse. I don't know. But thank you very much for sending your tune in. Really like that. I think, if you know any girls that can do a bit of vocals in that, I think that would elevate it for sure. And have a little look at the mix down, add a bit of tops on the drums, maybe change the snare, look at the triggering of the snare there, maybe tighten up the bass notes so that they're a bit more space between them. Those would be my sort of feedbacks for that, my initial ones. I need to go to the bathroom really quickly, so I'm going to hit an ad and I'm going to hit the be right back, and then I'll be right back. There's your ad, there's your be right back.
Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and a laser high. Hold your fire, cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I save the ammo, please, I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and it's all to why. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, well you should go ask Nikita. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got to give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a harmonila. If you're not a scout, then you are PMC. Big up all of the team in the BSG. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever for the lucky man. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and the actor in the flea. Big up all the scap who can worry, come chick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get it all the fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favourite time of year.
Look at that! I made that stupid tune. How have I? My feedback is meaningless because I made that song. It's like, what? I clearly have no idea about anything. Big up the Alberta crew. Oh, you're in Calgary, Atomic Circus. Nice one, lovely. Cyborg says the sunglasses are proven to improve skills by over 9,000. I see, Cyborg, you're relaunching your streaming soon, and you're starting a new channel and stuff. I haven't had a chance to chat to you about that, but that sounds exciting. So good luck with everything. All the planning. Jess looks forward to that every time you tune in now. Oh my god. There's some of the tour video things that are in there. The thing where I'm in Germany is like, did he damage the hotel room? I always feel like that always comes in. Subscription from the Space Raptor 3485. That's a good name, Space Raptor. I would not want to run into a Space Raptor, though. That would probably end in my death. Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. Welcome in to the channel. Very kind of you. Right. Oh, another one here from Loma. I love Loma. He's written back to me as well because I said I wanted to sign the last one he sent me. So here we go. It's the Demos stream. Demos. Oh, Cyborg, thank you. Thanks for the Prime, Cyborg. Thanks, mate. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Right, we're listening to another one here from Loma. Always very tasteful. Oh yeah, the boop. That's from a break. Boop. What's that? Oh no, I'll be yawning again. I'm not going to make another bloody coffee. I'll die on stream if I do that. I know where the broop is from. It's from a break on the DLR sample pack because I've used the same one. It's a nice clap. No bass yet, and we're 1.5 minutes in though, so that's... There isn't a sub in this at all. I think that's the... The drums are great. It's a real nice two-step sort of liquid vibe. He's an absolute master of the lovely, well-done reverbs and having things nicely in the distance. Really, that's lovely Atmos effects and... Oh. There's no... It's almost like he accidentally bounced it without the bass in it, which is highly likely. Does it say anything in the thing? No. I think it might be a case of he's accidentally rendered it out without the bass line activated. Because I can hear this with a nice like boom, 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 boom. So I think we'll check back on that one. But everything that's in there sounds absolutely great. But I think it's accidentally missing the bass maybe. So I'll check with him on that. But I think with a good suitable bass, that would be banging. Fiery Biscuits. Yeah, I don't know. You must have used a swear word or something, and it auto modded you. So I don't know what you wrote in the chat there, but so we'll come back to that one. But big up the Loma. Right, this one here is by Kazumi Anzai, who was in the chat earlier. It's Kazan Disconnect. Kazan's a city in Russia that my friend Gomorozov is from. Who's released stuff on Beta. So, hey, you're still here. Good. Hello, Kazumi. Sounding good so far? Nice bass. Vocal could be a bit louder. I'd put the vocal louder, personally. Ooh. Nice. Really good solid bass there. Ooh, nice wide bit of bass. I think I'd work on the snare a little bit, snappy the snare up a little bit more transient, a bit more toppiness. Some of those bass, that brr, 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 I'm not too into that particular bass sound. I like the main sub is bang on. Maybe a little bit too loud, but only a tiny bit. I'd turn the vocal up for sure. And possibly those stabs, the ba-ba. So there's a few little mix down things like relative levels. Snare a little bit louder and more transient, more tops. Sub down a tiny bit. Vocal up a bit. Hello, Pred. How you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, vocals definitely louder. I like that bass you've got there. That's good. The boom, 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 boom. That's more sort of old school. Maybe turn up those pads and chords as well. They seem a bit quieter than arrangement's all right. Breakdown happened at the right kind of time. Yeah, a bit of side chaining on the snare, as Conclave said there. The snare needs to be a bit louder somehow. But I think the sound itself could be tweaked a little bit. Just a little bit more tops on it. Kick could have a bit more sub to it. I like how you've got some saturation on the kick, so it's sort of got more character to it. Tops are a bit washy. Vocals definitely need to be louder. Not hugely, but... and a bit more reverb on them, maybe. It's good, though. It's a nice vibe, nice head nodder. And the bass line is cool, like it fits. Boo, 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 boo. Like, does the job. It's a nice sort of, you know, nod your head, roller kind of vibe. I like the bonk, 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 they're good. And it's not too repetitive. Rolling out nicely here, you've done the right thing, the bass has gone out and it's just to bring the strings back in, and that is a bit too loud, that funny bass bit. That bit where the vocal goes like is my fave. I prefer that part of the vocal than the so free. I would do the a bit more often. It reminds me of something on like an old Good Looking vocal that's similar. But I would have the vocals louder in the mix and a bit more reverb on it maybe. So yeah, that's good vibe, good groove on that. Nothing like jumps out as like desperately needs changing or fixing or anything. Just sort of I think you could fix most of the things I was thinking of with just literally changing relative volume levels of a few bits and bobs, but none of them by huge amounts. And I think the vocals deserve to be a bit louder in the mix and a bit more. The sub's a little bit too loud, and I'd have a look at the snare. Just needs to be, maybe it would solve the problem just being a bit louder, and maybe finding anything else in the song that's in the same frequency range as the snare, and like as Conclave said, just so that when the snare comes in, those things duck out a little bit. That'll help like make the snare sound louder without actually making it louder, if you know what I mean. But yeah, really good work there. Thank you very much, Kazumi Anzai. Give you an applause. Hooray! And a bit of a lovely. Great job. Thank you very much. All right, so today we're listening to demos from the listeners. It's demos, Loft Crew demos time. Oi. All right, so this one here is from Sean Nice. He says, "Hey Loft Crew, I finished this track last year and I got the same problem as in one of the last John B production streams. I like the bass line dark and smooth in this track, but it's almost not audible when I play it on a phone. I don't know how to fix it without ruining it. I tried a little distortion and saturation, but I want to keep the mood." Ah, yes, because I had a similar thing with my I did a cover version of an Aphex Twin song a couple of weeks ago, where the bass was basically, for the most part, just a pure sine wave sub. And if you listen to that out of smaller speakers like your phone, which a lot of people do, that's how they listen to stuff, very low pure sine wavy subs just don't come out because the speaker's not big enough. So sometimes it's hard to get them to be audible enough on a phone or on smaller speakers or crappy setups. You can fix that, like saturation and distortion is the best way to approach that, or change the notes you're playing so they're a bit higher and more audible. But you obviously can't, if you need low bass, then it's got to be where it's got to be. Sometimes because of the key, or that's why a lot of people stick to doing things like in F. You know, certain keys just is the sweet spot for low bass working and sounding good and kind of working all right. But not, you know, if it doesn't sound good on a phone, it's not the worst thing in the world. But you should always have half an eye on these things if you would like your stuff to be successful. But I mean, it depends on the style of track you're making. Like if it's if you're not ever intending it to be like commercially successful or listened in those situations, it doesn't matter so much. But if you are trying to make a tune that will sound good on all sorts of stuff, then you've got to like approach it in a different way and use different choice of sounds. I don't make things for a phone, but I am well aware that a huge portion of the listening and streaming public are younger kids, and they play music out of their phones and out of little Bluetooth speakers and things. And if you're making things that you'd like to hear on the radio or just to be played a lot more by a lot more people, you've got to think about all the situations where your music is played and do your best to make sure it sounds good on everything. That's why in studios, it's why anyone that's doing anything where they're thinking about these things and they care, they'll reference their music on lots of different speakers. And you'll see in big studios, you'll see they always have a pair of crappy speakers. Like the term people use is called like grot boxes. And there's a certain type of speaker made by Yamaha called NS10s. They're these little black speakers with white cones that like all big studios always had, because they were notorious for kind of having a bit of a shitty sound, and everyone always said, if you can get your tune to sound good on them, they'll sound good on anything. There's also these little square ones, Avantone mix cubes, which I'd really like some. That's just a little square thing. It's a little speaker, and it's the same approach. If you can get it to sound good on there, and everything sounds balanced enough, it'll sound good on the shitty, radio in the cafe or out of the little Sonos speakers in the restaurant or wherever, or in the garage. And and if it sounds all right on them, for sure as heck it'll sound good on a massive rig in a club. Except there's other thing you have to get right for really big amazing sound systems. Certain things you could get away with if it was coming out of a shitty speaker somewhere, but if you played it on a really beautiful big stereo system in a club, it would highlight other issues. So you basically have to kind of try and think of everything if you care, and if you think your song will end up living in a world where that's a possibility. Petty Click says you got a new master saturator called the Oven from Plugin Alliances. Okay, that's good. Amazing says that's why musical drum and bass is nice, because the bass melody can carry through the musicalness. Yep. Kai says a filtered saw wave on top of your sub root will help translate. Yes, absolutely. Like if you've just got a pure sub bass and you want it to be audible on small speakers, then you need some sort of harmonics thing, something on top. So layering with stuff, basically. Distorted bass is a good way to do that, or just have another sound playing the same tune on top. Like usually what I'll do is I'll have my bass sound and then I put a sub underneath it to make sure the sub is dealt with, but my character bass is doing the character thing. But it really depends on the type of tune you're making and where you're aiming the whole thing at, and sometimes it doesn't matter at all. But whenever I do anything routinely now, I will always, when I finished it, I'll put it on I'll render out my song and I'll put it in my Dropbox, and then I can quickly, easily listen to it out of my phone or my iPad or my laptop speakers. And that's my equivalent of listening on a grot box thing, and it's a bit more representative. And it usually, listening on my phone is an interesting one, because it highlights different things that you may not notice when you're listening on a really good clean setup, and certain things will be less audible, some things will stand out more. So I find that really to be really helpful. Fiery Biscuit says there's an old saying, music is in the mid-range. Well, I mean, I was actually last night, before I went to bed, I put my I was sitting in bed and I put my AirPods in to just listen to some stuff off Spotify or whatever, and I was listening to some old Thomas Dolby stuff, because he's a legend, and it's all synthesizer stuff. And there was remastered things like one of our submarines and wind power and all that, and it was amazing how much low end was just not there on the final mix, because that's how people mastered stuff back in those days, because it was all destined to vinyl, and you cut the super low end off for vinyl for a lot of stuff, and it's just made for radio and being played on the radio, and like low end bass is not important, and like it also cuts out how loud you can get the whole thing when cutting to vinyl and in general. And it's mad if you listen back to a lot of 80s and stuff, there is very little proper sub bass, certainly on the original mixes. Like when they remaster them, it's probably a bit different. But it doesn't matter, because where everything was getting played in those days, nothing had that much bass. Nobody's domestic sound systems really did. People's radios, wireless radio thingies, you know, mum's thing in the kitchen, all that, there's no bass, so you don't want it there. You're listening for how it would sound on where everyone else listens to it. It's a bit like how now where with mastering and everything, people are thinking about how it sounds through the compression of MP3s and whatever Spotify does to stuff and streaming stuff. I mean, that's a lot more just true. I don't think too much bad shit happens, but as a consideration with, you know, the MP3 encoding algorithms, certain things can end up sounding a bit weird or fucked up afterwards. So some people, when they do a master, they'll see how it sounds once they've turned it into an MP3, and if something really weird happens, they'll go back and correct that. But I'm not at that level of doing things or caring about them or really noticing them. Anyway, so we're listening to Sean Nice's new one. It's called Shark Bite. Although this was done 5 months ago, but he said he was struggling with the sub bass especially, so let's see. Kaiju says, thankfully I make stuff for sound systems over iPhones. Cool. Yeah, I mean, make it for where your tune is destined for, right? And if you think the majority of your listeners are going to be listening on a good sound system, then there's no need to consider if it will sound shit on an iPhone. But if you can make it sound good on both, then that's the best. And you need to think about that too. If you're looking for bigger success with your music and more mainstream success and radio, and you want kids to play it to each other through their phones and things, it's a consideration.
I'll show you what I already know.
Nice vocal sample. Nice sub. But I imagine that you would struggle to get that out of an iPhone speaker, that sub there. Yeah, musical part could be louder.
Let's try the
Nice break. I love Sean's breaks. He's got a really cool old school vibe about his stuff. Nice filter edits. There's a bit of, on the kick on the edit there's a bit of, sounds like something's not quite right.
Let's try the
Turn the volume up. Yeah, the master on this is a bit quieter. I'm turning it up for you guys. Just let me know on the next one if we're distorting. Because if the next song's too loud in comparison. I really like the vibe on this. It's just choppage. Nice sub. Oh, yep. Great time to come in with the Apache. Yeah, I'm hearing a little click on the bass as well, Kazumi, you're right. On the like editing of the bass sample. There is a funny little click. Oh, that hey is good there. I feel like the editing on the kick of the break is off, like it sounds a bit like an artifact from, you know, Ableton or whatever he's used to sort of chop the break around. The kick is kind of, there isn't a proper transient on it. Lovely drum editing there. I really like that pitchy bit. He asked questions in the thing about how to do the bass. All I would say is, if you want the bass to be audible on a phone, which for a tune like this isn't too important, I would just make a bass dirt bus and do some saturation on it.
Let's try the
But that would change the whole character of it. And I'd look at the kick. The the kick on the break is just like the sample start point is kind of off, or it sounds a bit more to me like the kind of artifact you get from Ableton or Elastic Audio stretching breaks a bit funny. Drum edits are lovely, perfect. And the atmospherics and things spot on. For this kind of tune, it's good. Definitely very like choppage-y, you know. I love that. Hey! Pitch bendy tops thing, good. Amazing says double the bass, full tone pitch 1, turn it down. Yep. Ding. Tesco's texting me. Maybe more of that dark time stretch thing, really lean into that and do a big junglist like dark. It's Tesco's just telling me that, reminding me I've got a delivery tomorrow. Got to put more yogurt in the basket.
Let's try the dark.
Bass notes are fine. Yeah, I think all I can say on this one really, maybe turn up the volume of the atmospheric bits, have a look at the sample, the break beat you got there, the kick doesn't sound right. I think you could, there's something funny going on, so look at the trigger point of the sample or if something's going on there. And if you want the bass to be more audible, like you said, like we'd mentioned it before anyway, and you saw me doing it, have a bash with some saturation layers, like copy the bass you've got onto another track, roll off all the low so you've got no phase cancellation, and then tweak with some kind of mad saturation distortion stuff, dial it in a little bit, see if it sounds okay. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does. You don't want it to go like full on distorted-y bass, because then that, well, I mean you might, but like it might change the whole vibe and like tone of the tune, because it all sounds nice there, and you don't have to make the bass audible on shitty small speakers. It helps if you can, but to do it sometimes it would, in this kind of tune, it would change and possibly sort of ruin the vibe, or just change the whole character of the bass if you had more distortion-y stuff. So but that's a really nice tune. Love the drum edits on that. Really good vibe. So good luck with finishing it. I think the main thing would be look at the sample cutting you've got on the kick there, because that was a little bit off. Thank you very much for the follow. I don't understand. Thank you very much for the follow. Muzgvzaza, welcome in. What's the chat saying? Kazumi really like that, said it was a sucker for jungle. Pred says can always use a grip of tracks like that in a set, they're good for switch ups. Yeah, absolutely. Best Twit says sometimes you have to stay true to the piece. Loved putting your headphones on to hear that it wasn't just an exercise in chopping breaks. Yeah, exactly. It's you know, you stick with the vibe is the most important thing, and just as with that, we were talking a fair bit then about how to get stuff sounding good on smaller, shitter speakers and things, and it's good to try to do that, but it's more important to have the tune how you want it and have a good vibe. And you know, old jungle stuff with old subs, the subs are never going to come through on an iPhone or on smaller crapper speakers. They're designed for big sound systems with big bass bins and clubs and all of that, but a lot of drum and basses listen to at home now, and or on little earbuds and things, so it's good to know how they sound on where a lot of people will consume your music, and you don't want to pander to that, but you got to consider it, or we don't have to, but it's good too. And if you listen to it and you realise your bass doesn't come through very well on little iPod earphones or just out of the speaker on it itself, you're aware of that now, and you can have a bash at trying to make it sound a bit better, as long as it doesn't make your tune sound worse, or you don't, if you can make a compromise that doesn't compromise too much, then cool. But if it feels like you're losing the original vibe and mission of the tune, then don't do it. It's it really depends on what you're aiming your song at and what it is in its like essence. So there we go. Astalo says, Astalo's next up. Let's just see how many more we've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Oh my god, there's so many. All right, cool. I don't think we're going to get through all of these today, but we'll just keep going. I am feeling a bit frazzled here. Like, I don't know if it's like staring at the screen for so long, or the coffees, or concentrating. I feel like when I do these demo listening streams, I'm concentrating a lot more, like for a sustained period of time. At least when I'm making my own tunes on stream, I can I'm not talking constantly, and I can pace it. But I sort of I don't know if I can go as long as I was hoping for, but I'll try until I run out. I've already got up a few times. Just a bit like frazzled in my head, bit not headachy, but just like a bit mashed. Hang on. Shall I go for another quick stretch break? I don't want to listen to this one when I'm not paying full attention. Let me just have a quick sip. I might do a quick go to the bathroom and need to do a stretch. Space Raptor says, do I do demo listening streams every Thursday? I haven't yet. It seems to be about every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks, but we're getting lots of them now, so I'd like to do them every week. It's just it means I'm not working on my own music when we're doing this, because sort of, I only have a certain amount of time to do everything I need to do in my world. And my routine I've been pretty much sticking to since January is streaming here on Twitch Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays in the studio making music. And I'm getting a lot done, like a lot of my own music, and I mean it's a slow grind. Some of it some of you will know, like there's certain tunes that have taken many sessions to get done, but sort of a lot of them are aimed at potential commercial success and everything, so I have to get them really right. And I'm doing good stuff, but I need time to be doing them. So like I'm not sure I want to be doing a demo stream every week, because that would take quite a lot of studio time away from me. But equally it's really good and they're very popular, and I feel like I'm helping you guys. So we'll see, just to do a balance. I think maybe every couple of weeks is probably a good balance. Space Raptor says it might be the extra coffee I had, might be the water. I think headphone clampage doesn't normally get me, but it is a bit of a thing. I'll go for a quick stretch. I'll do an ad and a quick be right back for 3 minutes. I'll just go and walk around for a minute, and then I'll be right back so I can give full attention to the next one. So 3 minutes, I'm coming back. Don't go anywhere.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I gotta get that gas and a lesser high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a white. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please, I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and it's all to why. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hold tight to Tarkov massive. Saluta. Big up the lighthouse crew. Each and every time picking up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am or you should go ask Nikita. Selling all electricals extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts you come to see me. Keeping all your money now the wife is getting me. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Shouting hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you gotta give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret life straight, gonna get a Harmonila. If you're not a scout, then you are PMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever, for the lucky man. I got a fever, for the lucky man. I got a fever, for the lucky man. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the NC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the flea. Big up all the scap who can worry, come pick a break. MC like keeper, lyrics coming in your ear. Running out of fuel, you better get an idea. Lighthouse looking hot, you're gonna get your on a fever. Reading all the patch notes, it's my favorite time of year. I got a fever, I got a fever. Hold tight the Tarkov boss here. Saluta. I got a fever, I got a fever. Look up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time we get up the Tarkov boss inside the place. Yes, yes. Absolutely wicked. Absolutely wicked.
All right, I'm back. You feel feverish. Oh, you know what? I want to have another bash. I set up a thing yesterday to try and use my phone as a mobile camera in here, and it didn't work. But I've rebooted the PC, so just as a quick little break, we'll see if I can get this to work. Mobile cam. Okay, now if we put the screen link on, camera. Oh, I have to like activate it. Activate. Okay, we've got the screen link. It's on. I'm in. Yeah. Accept. Screen link on iPhone. Start. Broadcast screen and microphone. Yes. Anything? Anybody? We going? Will it sort of connect? Hello? No. Deactivate. Activate again. No. It's not doing it. Not doing it. No. Okay. I just wanted to... That's just part of my testing process there. It's not something I need like loads for our stream, but I think it'd be really cool. And it can be done. But it's not working. Say activate loudly in the Robot Wars voice and then it'll work. Activate. It's Matilda. Because that'd be good, because I can sort of show you the studio a lot better rather than the fixed camera angles. Because I think Moisin was in the other day asking about how I built my desks and things. Thank you for everyone that's done the hydrates, stints and conclave. And Amazing got me to stretch. Yeah, let me do another stretch. Atomic Circus sent me a link. Yeah, the one I'm using there is the Elgato one, because they bought Epoch Cam, which is the one that used to work. There's another one called like OBS camera. Which was the one that you sent, Atomic Circus? Let me just put that on. Where did you post it? OBS camera. Oh Oh, that's good. Loma just replied and he said he'd be happy for me to release that. Brilliant. Oh, that's good. We can make that happen. Lovely. Posted in general. I'm just looking on the Discord here. Oh, Video Ninja. Yep, I've heard of that one. Cool. Yeah, I'll do a little bit of dabbling because it's not hugely important in the way I do things, but it'd be a nice little thing to be able to do every now and then when we're in here, and I can give you a bit more of a tour of all my stuff and all my streaming gear and studio bits and bobs, because I've got quite a lot of complicated things going on. Right, need to find where we were in the list. I think there we go. Astrolock was next. So what we got in the chat? Brady caught something at the corner of your eye. Can't see that. Pred uses OBS camera. Oh yeah, the song. Yeah, his. That's my song I did for Pestily for Tarkov in the background there. Maxi94MKA says, John, I've been listening to your tracks since 2013 when I visited the Pirate Station Festival. That's in Russia, probably, although there were a few regional ones. I think we did one in Latvia and Kiev, and I've done a lot of Pirate Station parties over the years. Pleasantly surprised that I play Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, big time. I've even written songs about Tarkov. Maxi, big. It's the only video game I play. I mean, I'm an old man now, so I don't have much time to play video games, but Tarkov's the only game I've played for several years now. It got me into PCing, basically. I had to buy a nice PC and learn loads of stuff. But for that, I'm very thankful. I played a little bit of Tarkov last night, the night before. I haven't done a Tarkov stream now in a few weeks, but I will do one next week. I was setting up some extra videos. So Cyborg plays Tarkov loads, and is my when I do duos. Cyborg's my main duos mate. So I'm playing just like a little bit in the evenings, just 1 or 2 raids every now and then if I can. Like Magda's working a lot at the moment because her last day is tomorrow, so she's finishing off loads of stuff. I did like 1 raid last night, a couple of raids the night before, just sort of get a little hour in, but it's not long enough to I don't have long enough sessions to be able to do a stream, so to actually stream the gaming thing. But I'd like to just have a day where I play. To have a whole day to just play Tarkov would be like amazing. That'd be so good. So hopefully I can do that soon. So Magda resigned sort of in January, and it's a 3-month notice period at her company, but she gave them an extra few weeks as well to like help them and all that. But her last day's tomorrow, so she will be free. And then I'll have to pay for everything. So about that. But she's going to help me a lot with the label and my stuff and my music stuff and social media managing and video editing-y things, and just hoping to just have a calmer, nicer life together, just chilling. And that's good. And when I do, so we could do a bit of duos action. I haven't done any Lighthouse or Streets quests at all, so I'm going to need someone to show me around and help me mark all the shit I've got to mark. We're just like hoping that we can do a bit more chillingness, just more outdoors stuff, more gardening, get the old allotment rolling and all that. Was I a Commodore gamer back in the day, says Amazing? My next door neighbour had I was a Sinclair Spectrum and then Atari ST person, thanks to my dad, who was a wise man and knew what ones would be more useful and educational. My next door neighbour was a Commodore 64 and then Amiga guy. So he had all the games and the better games, like Amigas were just better than Ataris for gaming. But my dad, with his infinite wisdom, got a Sinclair Spectrum first when a lot of my friends had Commodore 64s. So I dabbled in like learning how to program BASIC and things like that. And then the next choice would be Atari ST or Amiga. And Atari STs had the built-in MIDI ports, and MIDI, musical instrument digital interface, is the type of cables and way of transmitting information between music, synthesizers, drum machines, computers and all that. So that's how I started learning about making music and sequencing and programming music when I was young. Like, I don't know when I got an Atari. I think it would have been, I don't know, after age 11 or something, like secondary school-ish. Yeah, Sinclair Spectrum was Sir Clive Sinclair, was an English-British guy. Amstrad as well was a similar thing. That was Alan Sugar's company, wasn't it? Atari ST was 1986 onwards. Yeah, sounds about right. Keiju Dubs off to crack on with some music stuff. Okay, good stuff. Have we listened to one of your tunes already? Or if you were waiting for me to get to one of your demos and we haven't got there yet. I try to just do it in order so it's completely fair. I'm sorry if it means you're hanging around waiting for your turn and things, guys. Ostrava is here from a previous raid from Dan Exert. Nice. Big love to Dan Exert and the Tarkov crew. He says, you really don't know much about music, but you're enjoying the stream nonetheless. Oh, good. Cool. Yeah, this is probably quite a good thing to have on in the background-ish for a bit of a peaceful lurk rather than some of my usual stuff. And it's we're just sort of talking about music and listening to everybody's demo work in progress tunes, and I'm trying to do my best to give helpful feedback and things. So yeah, what I was saying is, like, I'm sorry if you've submitted demos and it's taking a while to get through to yours. I sort of decided when we started this I'd try to just do it democratically and fairly, and like limit everyone to 2 songs maximum so we don't get too much. And also not skipping the line or anything. I see a few other people do these things, and they say, you know, if you drop a sub or 1,000 bits or something, then you can jump the queue and everything. And like, that would be nice, but like, I don't want to. I don't know. It doesn't really feel right. I'm trying to, like, there's enough of you already subscribe and things like that and help me anyway through your existing support here on Twitch. So I don't want to, like, I don't know. This is my way of sort of trying to, like, pay back a bit to the community and help you all because you helped me. So we're not doing any of that. I know it would be, like, cooler for, like, you know, engagement and monetizing the stream and all that, and, you know, we need to do that here on Twitch, but, like, that's how it is. So the plan is, like, when I run out of steam and we stop, I just pick up where we left off next time we do a demo stream, and I'm trying to keep an eye on it so that we don't end up with a huge backlog, and it seems to be balancing out pretty well, so we're good. I'm just apologising for if I don't get to people's tunes today. I will get there, and I will eventually listen to them eventually, I promise. So yeah, pay to play isn't very democratic. Exactly, Stillhead. Yeah, I don't. That's not what we're about here. We're doing it the right way. Win It Muncher says, playing some games with this stream on and loving the community songs. Keep it up, and big love from the Cramlington Massive. Yes! Big up the Cramlington Massive! Hold tight the Concordia. Big up the bus from Blythe. I'm going to be back up there in the summer. I'm definitely going to drop by Cramlington. I'll have to tip you off and grab a coffee or something. I haven't been to Cramlington in 30 years. Last time would have been, I don't know, last time I was there visiting my grandma when I was like 15 or something like that. So yeah, 30 years ago. Holy shit. Anyway, we're here for the demos. Today is for the demos. Canada. When I come to Canada, you can we'll have a coffee as well. I'm amazing, mate. Definitely. Right, so moving on. This is something from Asterlock, who says, this is a liquid idea, work in progress. Main question with this is if it's worth pursuing, or if it's been done a million times already. Not 80s mayhem like the last time, sorry. I'll get back on that next tune after my vacation. All right, let's see. I mean, I would say, he said, if it's been done a million times already, doesn't matter, not stopped anyone else. I get, you know, the bulk of stuff that I get is released on big labels by established artists. Most of it isn't particularly groundbreaking, isn't going to change the world. Like, if it sounds nice, it sounds nice. Like, loads of Liquid stuff that I get sent is completely competent, very nice sounding, but also completely disposable and not memorable in the slightest. Everything sounds nice and is cool and is valid, but can be instantly forgotten. Same goes like with any type of like dance music. A huge portion of it, even it can be perfectly produced, great tune, everything's great, you can't find fault with it, whatever. It's not even boring, but just like, you know, you're like, meh. Even like I find like with Nero stuff, I love Nero. I always try and play Nero in my sets, but it is quite hard, apart from at the peak, you know, exceptions to the rule of like amazing noisier stuff, and there's always exceptions by lots of people, but lots of it really, you know, for somebody like me where I'll be playing, say my core set is like 45 tracks or something. If I'm playing a run of shows in clubs or whatever, and they're hour-long sets or hour-and-a-half-long sets, how many tracks is in my set list? Like 50 tracks or something. So maybe 5 of them are kind of Nero-ish tunes. I get sent so many really good quality Nero tunes all the time. Same goes for Liquid, anything. So I've got like 5 slots in my set for like good Nero tunes. So the next week some more come in, one of them gets popped out, another one gets popped in. They serve the same purpose in the set. They're cool tunes. They're not necessarily like memorable or anything, but it's just like there's just a conveyor belt that just like keeps going. Oh, not 15 an hour. I'm thinking like I sort of go on a rule like, you know, 2 minutes. So if it's, and I don't mix particularly fast at all, so for me like an hour set I probably get a like 35 in ish, mostly 45 in a 90-minute set or more. It depends if there's a section where I'm mixing really, really quick. But like what I'm trying to say is like, so Interrupter here said, you know, if this has been done a million times before, tell me or whatever. And what I'm saying is like, it hasn't stopped anyone else, and there's huge proportions of released music is not individual at all, but it's still good and people still like it and they listen to it and they play it in their sets, me included. But with my stuff, like the way I see it, for me, is my time in the studio is super limited and super precious, and I'm desperate all the time to try and do something that I think will progress my career and have an impact on the world and be remembered and be interesting and contribute to the genre and, you know, have some lasting effect. No one wants anything they do to be forgotten and meaningless and all that. But unfortunately, a lot of what we do does just get forgotten. I almost always feel like whenever I make anything, however cool I think it is and exciting and different, usually it isn't, but like at the time of doing it, you have like high hopes for stuff, and when it comes out, I'm almost always disappointed with the reaction and the, you know, lack of achievement of it, or, you know, you're never happy, even if it's even if other people would die to have that many streams or people telling you it's good or it got played on Radio 1 once or something. Like it's, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's a bit shit. And I always just sort of feel like, which is kind of now my approach is I'm just trying to make stuff that I really like and I think is good. And I'll always try to give it the best chance of success or something. But I'm also completely accepting of the fact that I'll always be disappointed when I put it out, like, and I'm like never really satisfied. But yeah, so don't let that stop you. Just make stuff that you're happy with and try to make it the best you can, and don't be disappointed if it doesn't achieve the success that you want, or people don't seem to like it or aren't as excited about it as you happen to be when you're doing it. Like, that's just shit that just happens, you know. Like nothing really excites me or blows me away now. Like a lot of it also comes from sort of when you feel like not really like being let down or anything, but like, you know, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, or like till the money's in the bank, or whatever. It's a bit like when I got the very first email when I found out that Nicki Minaj just sampled my song and they were trying to clear the sample, and like it came in and I was like, part of me was like, oh wow, this could be really cool, but also a large part of me was like, oh, this will bloody take ages, it probably won't actually happen, we'll go through all this and it won't happen. And then as we found, even when it did happen, it took a very, very long time to try and get paid and everything. It was really good in the long grand scheme of things, but you never feel, or at least in my career so far or whatever, I've never feel like I've had like a moment where I'm like, yes, this is success. But I suppose you need that to keep on working, to keep trying, because if you're like, yes, I've made it, you relax and you stop and you fall off and whatever. So you sort of always have to be impatient and dissatisfied and keep trying, really, and certainly not give a fuck. Like, always listen to feedback and when stuff isn't successful, you don't like disrespect or write it off as someone else's fault, or like they just don't know. You just got to accept if something isn't successful, there's millions of reasons why that can be, and it's not necessarily your fault, it's not necessarily anyone else's fault, it's just sort of how it goes, and you just got to keep trying, and one day you'll learn, or one time, the more stuff you do, as long as it's good, the more chances you have at something being successful. If you want it to be successful, I don't know, you've got different frames of reference for all that. Which tune got sampled by Nikki, says Captain Echo. The song of mine was called Red Sky, which I did with Shaz Sparks and her husband at the time, Robbie Bronyman, who's really good. They're both really good friends of mine. And the song that Nicki Minaj used it on was called Be Here, not Be Here Now. That's Smith's, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway, it's on her first album. I don't even know the name of the song. Here I Am. Thank you, Jess. Yeah, it's on Nicki Minaj's first album, which I've mentioned a bit lately because I think they're re-releasing it on vinyl, which could be nice for me. But again, I'm half in the back of my mind. I'm like, oh, that could be cool. They might like press lots of it, and I might get paid eventually. But equally, I'm just like, oh, by the time it happens, I'll be 10 years down the line or something. Kazumi Anzai says, you've definitely made unforgettable tracks. Up All Night is one of your all-time favourite tunes, and Sight Beyond, Red Sky Secrets. Oh, thank you. Yeah, like, I've made tunes that have had an impact, and I feel very lucky to have somehow managed to do that, and I'm very lucky that they did well, and I had the support of the important people that really helped me get where they were, like Goldie and SS and Fabio and Groove Rider and everyone that released my stuff in the early days and supported my career and that. Like, I don't feel like I've done anything like, I mean, Up All Night's had the biggest impact, right? And that was a long time ago. That was 2001. So I'm sort of disappointed I haven't had as many other like big impactful tunes, but I feel like that was a golden era for tunes that had big impacts, and sort of since then it's all changed a bit, and everything sort of it's more like mini periods in a producer's time kind of are the defining sort of thing. I don't know, because I'm looking at it from my point of view and my stuff and everything, and also like generational approaches to it. I mean, there are still big anthems that happen now, but and I'm thinking of things of how I felt during that time as what were anthems. Everything's a bit different now, and like what's considered, but anyway, we're all good. We're still here. We're rolling. Got some good stuff going. So but Best Twit saying that era was wild. Every week was a new anthem, and they still stand out. Yeah, and they're so memorable. But they are now too. There's loads of like, and the difference is now that when there's a tune that's big in drum and bass, it's not just big to those of us that are like in the scene and going out clubbing and deeply entrenched in the culture and all of that, and that we're in the know. Like now, if something blows up, it kind of starts to blow up to everybody that's young and listens to a bit of drum and bass and a bit of dance music, and it ends up on mainstream radio in the daytime and stuff. Like the possibilities when you blow up on the underground are much bigger now than I feel like they were in the earlier days. So, yeah. Petty Clicks is doing an Easter joke. So yeah, that's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you. Far from the truth, but that's very kind of you to say so. Thank you. Anyway, we're here for the demos. I've been wandering off on some vibes. This is sounding really nice so far. So this is by Interrupter, who is Asterlock in the chat. Sounds great. Very nice sort of lead line. Nice, interesting pattern. Giving me sort of the XX feels a bit on the tops. Love that extra string that came in on top, that's really nice. The snare doesn't fit 100% right to me, but it's cool. Not sure that little drum edit there was necessary, but nice touch. I'm glad it didn't continue like that. I like that. There's a very fast arpeggio there, but it's so kind of wet with reverb. Bass is bassy, bass notes are fine. Bit of saturation on it too, so it's got kind of character to it. Drums alright. Yeah, the tops are a bit EQ-y, not like too toppy, but like the tops are a bit, maybe, yeah, like a little bit of EQ on the tops to sort of tame them might be good. This is like a work in progress anyway, so it's not a full track. So this is for Asterlock's tune. Yeah, I really like that. It's got all the elements there for sure. Overall balance of sound sounds good. I really like the main chords. Definitely persevere with finishing this off. I loved how the extra string line came on top of that main riff. That was a really nice touch. It felt like that only happened once. Maybe you could do that a bit more often in the tune. Vocal would be really good. Yeah, really nice vocal. Find somebody else on Twitch or in, the producery community. A vocal on that would be lovely. Who made it in the chat? Asterlock made that one under the name Interrupter. It's called Bystander. Only main comment I can think of, really, I'd have a little look at the snare, tighten up the snare a bit, maybe go for a more sort of clappy kind of one. And it's good that you've got the sort of amen-y type breaky things doing the tops stuff. I feel like they need a bit taming a little bit. Maybe I did something recently where I had all the splashy breaks and stuff on a bus, and I did a bit of side chaining off the kick and the snare so that they were dipping a bit. You could do that with X for LFO tool or something maybe as well. Anything like that might be worth a look. But yeah, that sounds really good to me. Like that a lot. Amazing likes that. Oh, you're there, Asterlock. Hello, yes. Yeah, vocals. I think a vocal, even if it was just, a splice job of a sort of one little line or one word or anything, something nice on the top every now and then would be good. If you had a full vocal, full top line, that would be lovely too. I need to do a stretch. Who told me to do a stretch? Win it, Muncher. Thank you. My legs definitely are. I've been sat down 4 hours now. Oh, crikey. Doing the time. Thank you, Win It Muncher, for the stretch. I shall say yes. And Gav's telling me to hydrate. Here we go. Here's the gamification of the stream. Hello, old peeps. Good stuff. You're listening in the background as you work. Good. You have an idea as well. Okay, cool. Hit me with your idea, dude. We'll move on to the next one. We're in the demos. It's a demos. Boom. We're on to Conclave. Excellent. quite nice on that one. Says Old Peeps. Yeah, I agree. That could work as well. A nice sort of acoustic guitar type of thing, maybe. That's a potential. I think a vocal would be best, but vocals are harder to come by and all the rest of it. But that's a good suggestion there, Old Peeps. Nice. So our friend Conclave is here. Conclave's in the chat. Does a lot of streaming himself, doing music production stuff on Twitch as well. Let's do a shout out for the Conclave. Conclave. Shout out to the Conclave. Give the man a follow. Production. You're are you Ableton? You're Ableton, aren't you? Producing an Ableton, Conclave. Hello PDX Helios as well. Hello Dreddy Bear. Thanks for the follow, WTF Pop. Ableton, yeah. So Conclave produces in Ableton. So I produce in Logic. So sorry, my nose is itchy. So if you use Ableton, Conclave's a good person to watch because I can't help you with Ableton much. I don't really use it that much. So anyway, Conclave says, this track will be the first track I'll be making under my new artist name project to be announced. It's still a work in progress. Here are my current notes of what you need to do. Work on the intro, break and build more tension and epicness. Go through the track with a filter to see where some passes can be done on buses. Do more effect sounds, swooshes and booms here and there throughout the main arrangement. Add foghorns and cowbells. That might be a joke. There's always room for a cowbell, don't we? We need a bit of a cowbell.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
And Conclave also says, also remember the email of the demo you sent of Dreddy Bear. Any chance you could post that in the Discord so I don't have to open emails on the stream? Seeing as you mentioned it there, I can jump back and do it after this one. If that's cool. You can do, yeah, if it's SoundCloud or I suppose I can play a direct upload to the Discord, but SoundCloud would be best if it's already on there, because I know you've mentioned that before, so we don't want to miss it out. And you did email it earlier in the week, didn't you? So here we go. Conclave, under a new pseudonym this one, it's called Skin Deep. It's a work in progress. He's already identified some things that need doing, so that's good. So we're having a listen to see what Conclave's been up to, and if anything jumps out from my side, I'll turn it down a bit because I think it's a louder master than some of the other things. You've added the link to your existing message in Discord. Okay, cool. Cool, it's building. Good drum pattern, it's sort of giving me conflict vibes. I'm not sure about the snare, the choice of this, the choice of snare, I'm not sure. Sound, edit there, that's cool. I like the boo, 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 boo. That's my favourite sound in the whole thing, is that boo, 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 boo. That's good. I like the sort of echoey, it sounds like there's a sort of a bit of a voice or snarling or something. That sounds cool. I think this is all personal feelings, personal feedback. Like overall balance of sounds is spot on. Like, you know, there's sub there and everything. I'm not hugely into the snare. I mean, the snare's like good, but I don't think it fits the tune. I'm not hugely into the bass sounds, the sort of Reese sounds. Again, that's a matter of taste, but like they sound a bit more preset-y rather than. I mean, I know they're not presets. It's a weird word that's sort of like, I mean it in a different way, but like the Reese basses sound a bit too like sterile compared to sort of organic-y, distortion-y neuro stuff. I mean, there's plenty of tunes with bass like that out there, so it doesn't mean it's wrong. But the bass to me feels a bit more sterile rather than organic, like maybe a bit more different kind of saturation or distortion or something on it, or slightly different, less square wavy type things in there might change that. But that's only for my opinion, not for like, I'm not saying that's right or wrong or whatever. The snare I'm not a huge fan of, and also like I know it works for Conflict, that pattern, or there's a Conflict tune I'm thinking of that has a similar like drum pattern and the way the bass works with it, Rob Data Kamal and all that. Yeah, it's definitely like it's cool. It's a good influence to go for. You got to be careful because it's a busy kicking, like lots of kicks and lots of bass. So you've managed to get them separated enough, like it's not woollying up together, but it's close. So you're doing a good job of like keeping that dialed in, so the bass and the kick drum are not like interacting too much, but like watch it. So the main things that are like jump, I really like that sound, the boo 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 one that comes in, that's cool. But I'm not a huge fan of the snare. It's like a bit sort of drum machiney 8080, and on a sort of a tune like this, I think you should go for something a bit more like, you know, Wormhole era, Ed Russian optically kind of thing. Like there must be something in that noisier sample pack off Splice would smash it. I think those are the things that I like. This bit in the build up, that's really cool. I don't so much like that sound when it's in later, but this is just. That's good conflicty, filtery bit. I think you do a good job of you mentioned in your comments, and I could tell it's on your radar, you do a good job in the intro and in that bit of like sort of building the tension. Like there's a lot of tunes that we listened to today, and I mentioned they sort of felt a bit aimless, and there isn't like you know, a defined intro, and like when it doesn't really build up to an impact. Like I can tell you've like thought about that, and you're doing it right here, and it's not in a sort of simple like this is the riser and then boom we're in. Like you've got sort of the riser and the things filter up and then it drops and the bass comes in, and like that's good. You're on the right road with that big time, and like a lot of people neglect that. I think what lets it down, if I'm trying to nitpick, the things that let it down, I think, is the choice of the snare sound, and the choice of the bass sounds. Like the notes they're playing, cool, it works with vibe, and it goes for that like sort of one notey, conflicty Kamal thing, but need a bit of a work. It's hard because like you listen to Wormhole and everything, some of the sounds would be almost the same, but there's something else about it, like the mystical secret sauce that makes it sound different. I'm not a huge fan of those sounds in the bass there. That would be a good point there in that break to have like a mad reese, like, and then go back to the dum 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 dum. Like instead of go for a like TC sample pack reese with a sort of pitch bend, like a something. I like the way that's a really good way to do the edits on this, because you can lean into the monotonous like driving boom boom of the one note, and then your edits can be like quite a bit like how the 9, you know, like switches from the 9, it's like boo, but then there's the edit that's quite different and then it comes back. Good luck spelling that in your notes. Says Moisin. I don't think that pattern of like bass sort of lead thing, I don't think that suits what else you have going on there. I think for me, I would focus on maintaining the one notiness with the edits, but I wouldn't personally, I'd kind of scrap that boo, 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 boo. Yeah, keep it moody. The boom 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 is quite good in the build-up bit you've got there, but I don't think I'd have it in the main with everything going. Personally, this is just I'm not telling you how to do it, because you're perfectly capable of doing stuff. I know, you know, you make great stuff and all that. This is just sort of John's random thoughts and feedback. Take it on board or don't. Like, I'm not trying to tell you. I'm just sort of these are sort of my thoughts on first listen, you know what I mean, when things that jump out to me, and because I like that sound, the sort of high sound and I can tell you've worked on that to get it nice, with the sort of saturation and things. And the tune does need something in that register, because the rest is all like low. And that's a good. I can tell that edit took some time there. That's good. I really like that. That's really good. It adds to the like urgency kind of. That Does that happen earlier, or was it a different one that you had? Ah, it's a different note. Yeah. So it's a lower note earlier, and then it's higher here. I think the kick's a little bit woolly. Like the bassiness of it is all right. I would have a little bash at sort of trying for a sort of Ed Rush and Optical Wormhole era snare. Just swap it out with something else and see how that sounds, and maybe like a little bit more bitey top end on top of the kick or something. That could make a huge difference. The bass has got enough, like the bass drum has got enough bassiness to it, but I can't hear any like transienty toppy bit, so that might be something to look at. But the main bass in this bit, that sounds alright. I'd have a bash at giving it some more overdrivey stuff to sort of warm it up and make it sound a bit more like Locust kind of. This, I heard a little thing there, like a bongo da bongo dong, little art thingy. that could be a good addition. A little like because it only just goes. If that happened regular, that would add the same sort of add to the drivingness of it as that extra like boo 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 boo. I think that could add to it. You know what I'm trying to like do. So you could also, because it's quite bassy and you know there's a lot of stuff going on down there, there's not too much up top, so you might be able to like add a single sustained high string or a sort of you know, high-ish sustained choir that maybe just sort of descends a bit on a pitch bend, or even, you know, a slight lead line on a high, nice atmospheric-y type synthy thing occasionally. That might work. I don't think it necessarily needs it, but it might be worth trying. I don't know. Yeah, choir, and let's have a listen to the intro again. Yeah, the intro's quite bare. Yeah, you got a lot of space for adding a lot more stuff in the intro, and like you can do whatever you like in an intro like this, because it, I don't know, like you want people to have the chance of maybe playing it as the first tune in the set. Make a note, more badunkadunks, says Scav. I think I'd ditch that snare there in the intro, because that's like, this is your first impression of the tune, and it's like sort of 808 sounding snare in there, and it doesn't do what's coming next justice, in my opinion. But you did say you've got like a lot more you wanted to do on the intro and everything. But it does build, you know, interest and stuff, and you know, at least it's signifying that there's a drop coming and something's happening. Because there's quite often stuff you listen to that doesn't really. It just sort of happens slowly and then goes up and down and blah 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 blah. So cool. So I'm just sort of, I was talking a lot and reading your chat, but not sort of reading it out, if you know what I mean. So yeah, hopefully my feedback there was helpful. Conclave, big up the Conclave. That song's called Skin Deep, work in progress, well on the way. I think he's going to be streaming later and working on that. So if you want to see and hear Conclave working on it later, check out his Twitch stream. And what time? Feel free to let us know what time you're starting and everything in the chat. It's okay. Are there two here? Demo. Is this the same song? Or did I? Skin Deep. Ah, we got another tune. Cool. I quickly want to go and grab a snack, but I'm not. I'll be right back. I'm just going to go and grab it from the kitchen. So, back in like 30 seconds. I'm just getting back. Top link. Dreddy Bear is okay. So this one here is this is the Dreddy Bear one, right? Okay, cool. Good. I'm glad we got to that. So this one, Conclave has sent on behalf of one of his subscribers on his channel. It's by someone called Dreddy Bear. Did you just hear the Beatles? Let's see. I'm gonna. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't sample flipping. Yeah. Well, I can't play Beatles on my stream, so sorry. The kick and the snare sounded nice, but I'm not playing Beatles on my Twitch because I'll get copyright striked. So, yep. Carlita sent this, a simple EDM dance song. 98 BPM. Okay. You mentioned about getting a session singer for. Yeah, cool. Yeah, you should know I can't play flipping Beatles on the stream on Twitch. Sorry about that. But yeah. Good luck with it, but I'm not listening to it live on stream because it'll get a DMCA strike. Right, this one is by Drummer Guy Produces Stuff. It's called DMT, Doing My Time. This is from Carlita. That's not a name I recognise from the chat too much. Interesting. I don't think it's drum and bass. Gotta keep fuel up because I'm flagging here. I don't think I can... who is this? Is this from Scout's Friend? It says Scout's Friend. But it's Carlita. Is this Scout's Friend? Oh, it's you! Okay, cool. I wasn't sure who it was. Okay. Well, I don't know what to say about this because it's not drum and bass. It's called DMT. I don't know if that's a reference. It says Doing My Time, but it might be a reference... Looking at the artwork, it might be a reference to drugs. Yeah. I mean, it's not drum and bass, so I don't know what this is aimed at, but... Nice head nodder. Nice trumpet. Nice bit of acid synth in there. Stereo panning on the trumpet. Nice chords, nice change there. Good little drum programming. I like the drums, they're sort of old sort of synthwavey stuff. Lots of stuff going on. Some birds, is that birds chirping? It's kind of like city pop and synthwave. Yeah, it's making me feel like it's sort of video gamey world, vaporwavey. This could sound good. I bet you if you got this whole thing and like slowed it down a bit and fed it through a bit of reverb, it would be like banging vaporwave. You could actually sell this as like really good vaporwave. Just get the whole waveform. Put it in Logic, slow it down by however much they slow things down, with a bit of dreamy reverb, and it would be like that would transform it. It would really work. It's worth trying. It would only take you 5 minutes. It could be quite fun. It's actually growing on me. I like it. I'm not a huge fan of that like talking voice thing. I've never used it in any of my stuff, but Can you download this? It's not downloadable. Initially I was sceptical, but I grew to like that by the end of it. I mean, it's not drum and bass, so I can't give you the same sort of drum and bassy feedback that we do, but that's a nice, fun tune, that. I like the vibe. I get the sort of video gamery, synthwavey type stuff to it. I'd like to hear how it sounded if you just vaporwaved it by just slowing it down and reverbing it. That would be quite cool. I don't know what you do with it. I don't know where you release something like that, but it's nice tune, nice musical tune, nice happy vibe. You sound like a happy person. I wish I could be that happy. Video game is definitely what you're aiming for, says Scout's friend. Cool. Yeah, that's really good work. Well done. Make some noise for Scout's friend. It's magic. Lovely. Thank you very much, Scout's friend. Sean Nice is saying, will I upload the stream later? I will, although I'm quite behind on that. It'll probably be a few weeks before it's up and active because I've got 2 more that need to get uploaded, and these are like 5-hour streams, so you can imagine how big the video file is. Really liked your tune though, Sean. We listened to it earlier. It was wicked. You asked about you said the bass wasn't really coming through on smaller speakers and stuff. That I can remember your tune, that the only things I thought were worth looking at really was the editing of the drums. It felt like the kick was sort of something funny was happening. Either like the trigger point on your break, on the break sample, was a bit off, so the kick sounded a bit like rather than which could have been, depending on what software you're using, how you're doing it, it could be like a funny artifact, or it could just be where the start point is. So I remember that. I remember thinking, look at that. Everything else sounded cool. And as you know, like if you want the bass to sound clearer when it's just a sub, have a bash a bit more with a bit more distortion and stuff on it. But you already clocked that anyway. And like when you watch it, I mean, I said like you could try that, but it might change the whole vibe of it all. And you know, it's not the worst thing in the world if the bass is only a subby bass that you can only hear on good sound systems, because that's fine. We've survived many a time like that already. And there's a lovely message there from Pred in the chat talking about the song that we just listened to there from Scout's friend, and they said this person's out there making literal unicorns in musical form. I think that's a very good description of that last track. Unicorns in musical form. Awesome. Big up. Right, we're on to Amazing's second tune of the stream, a song called Warlock. We're in the demos. All right, let's go. Nice chords. Feeling that?
It's getting closer.
All right, 808 drums. You can, Mad MC Man. I don't think we'll get through to it today though, because there's about 20 tracks and I'm probably only going for about another hour, but we'll get to it next week, so definitely post it. Ooh. Oi. Sitting here, I'm getting much older. I didn't have any lunch, so I'm eating some granola. Listen to a tune here by the man like Hansen Varkas. The tunes... Oh, I can't think of anything that rhymes with Varkas. That's my MCing career over. This is a tune that makes me want to do MCing. The tune's well gas, yeah. I like that.
It's getting closer.
I think I'd use a different kick and snare. A sort of like, you know, Alex Reese Pulp Fiction-y kind of vibe, like retro two-step. It's a nice mellow vibe. The sub is subby. The main riff is kind of like fun. Some of the riser sounds and stuff are a bit too quiet there, so turn them up. Some of the sounds are a bit out of place to me, like that that just happened then. It's a bit. I like the choir. It's a very good choir. That it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't sound sort of presetty in my weird way of saying presetty. Vocal samples good fun. Switch. Yeah, you should get that switch sample off Splice that Headex uses, and then I found and I used on the Lady Gaga thing. Switch. Nobo in the chat says, with a few tweaks, this could legit be a banger. Yep, I agree. I think I'd change the snare. I wouldn't use an 808 electronic drum machine thing. I'd try to I'd go for like try and use the sort of Pulp Fiction kick snare and turn up there. You've got, is it Think in the background there? Like turn the tambourines up a little bit more and then have a little drum edit a bit more frequently would be good, and make a bit more of that bow, 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 bow. Make it a bit more sort of jump up, sort of old schooly jump up. Choirs are nice. There's a few funny sounds in there that I don't think quite fit that I'd ditch. Some of the risers were a bit too quiet. I'd turn them up. Yeah, I think that's sort of my main feedback on that one. Really like the main riff. It's good fun. I like the groove, like the two-step, and you've got everything's there. I think sort of relative volume levels of some stuff is a bit off, but that's easy to switch. I'd experiment with changing the snare. Try something else out, maybe. Oh, that's a very good suggestion there, Best Twit. Yeah. So he says double the horn track and tune down an octave. That's like a very common thing in like jump up and everything. So your bass is going bang 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 bang. Then you do a switch up and it goes bang. Like do it an octave lower, or like basically not modulate. Change the notes so it's. Like for a switch up thing, I would say I think it would work go an octave lower for a little switch up every now and then on that main burn, 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 burn. That would be a cool little thing to do, and it's done frequently. Yeah, transpose it. Yep. I was thinking more transposing it would do exactly the right thing. I was thinking of another technique where it's not the whole thing is like for like transposed, but some of the notes are lower and some are not, or something like that. But I think that would be nice. Hello, Evan Killjoy. Greetings. Yeah, call and response groove, says DJ F Swift. That's exactly it. Luxa Quinn. Thank you for 35 months. Thank you very much, Luxa. Big up, big love to you guys. Florida Massive in the place. Thank you very much for the 35-month sub, Luxor. Thank you. We were just listening to a song by Moisin called Warlock, which is a banger. Thank you very much. So yeah, good little bit of feedback there. I think there's a few simple things you could do that would really smash it, and that's you got a good groove on that tune there. So that's nice. Next one we've got is from Kai. Before I get to that, I'm going to go and have a wee, so I'll be right back. I'm going to hit an ad, and I'm going to be right back. 3 minutes. See you in a sec.
Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I gotta get that gas and I like the high. Hold your fire, 'cause it's a wipe. I'm gonna play Escape from Tarkov every night. I say the ammo, please. I don't want to die. I need to.
When a friend is to love, you know the rules and you sort to wild. A full commitment's what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy.
Hotel the Tarkov massive. Saluta. Big up the Lighthouse crew. Each and every time bringing up the Tarkov massive inside the place. Yes. Stepping into Tarkov is the MC like keeper. Murking all the traders just like the Grim Reaper. Lyrics suck you up so much you need a Saliwa. Don't know who I am, or you should go ask Nikia. Selling all electricals, extremely top tier. Military technicals, nobody is cheaper. When you need computer parts, you come to see me. Keeping all your money, now the wife is getting near.
I just need to top up my water, hang on.
Like keeper. Shouting, hold your fire just like the John Deere. Checking me at Lighthouse, I'm the #1 dealer. Insurance too expensive, now you got the give here. Living on a lighthouse in an island on the sea. Sell my secret lab straight, gonna get a Harmonila. If you're not a scat, then you are TMC. Big up all of them team in the BSG. I got a fever, feeling like keeper. I got a fever, feeling like keeper. I got a fever, feeling like keeper. I got a fever, I got a fever, I got a fever. Stepping into Tarkov is the NC like keeper. Complain about inertia, then you must be live streamer. Scaring off the traders and deactivate the fleer. Big up all the
Shagburi Gumchika Brika. We in. I'm back. Hello. Hey, Evan. Welcome in, mate. Big up Wizard. Brady Achcomhalb is asking about the demos. Luxor again. Thank you very, very much for 35 months of subbing and modding. One of the firsts, for sure. Right, demos selection. So we've got Kai, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. We're back on it. This is something by Kai DNB. I think Kai's been in the chat today. Are you out there, Kai? I think I've seen you flown about. I may be wrong, but let's get this sized up nice so we can give it our best attention. Amazing tries to tickle brains when you can't even tickle. Ah, good. Kai is here. Cool. Kai. Are you from Melbourne? Is that the Melb at the end of the thingy? Or am I imagining that? It doesn't say on SoundCloud. I think we've had this conversation before as well. I have vague recollections of asking you. So this is Kai's tune. It's called Little Number. And I don't think there was any... It's just in there. There's no background. So we're just going to listen to it as is. See if we've got anything helpful to say about it. synthy. Nice drums. Oh! I didn't think it was going to sound like this from the intro. I like the main melody as well. It makes sense. A little bit of a robot voice there. I think I'd replace that cowbell with the classic 80s, you know, distorted cowbell from Maniac, personally. Props for trying a real one, though. We all love a good cowbell. Yeah, nothing's jumping out at me on the mix down. I'd modify the melody a bit, like the guts of it's right. Like if you're going with a synthwave tune where you've got a melody as the top line and that's that and no vocal, I'd make it a bit more obvious and deliberate. Like the notes played, it sounds a bit like the key parts I'm hearing and they sound nice, but there's other bits sort of towards the end of the pattern they're a bit like, oh, I don't know what to play here kind of thing. I'll try and sort of hum along with it a bit more. I'm gonna get it wrong, but I like the so like, and I've got it's sort of there's some, that's not what I would say to do, and I can't sing. I'm just trying to like, there's the first few notes of every section sound great, and then the second half are a bit like not sort of I don't know, it sort of drift, you lose me a bit. I don't know if everyone else would feel the same way, but the sound and everything's cool, and like the melody to me is like almost on, but I would work on the melody a bit more, just sort of how I was trying to sing it then. The drums are perfect for this tune. I love how you got the clapping where you have it, like that's spot on. The first half I was thinking about right. I don't know. That's the sort of thing you spend a while working on getting it right, but it's like almost there. You just need to like just question and answer it out, basically. Yeah, yeah, exactly that. Says Blast. Yeah, I know I can't sing, but I'm trying to sort of get it right. Yeah, I think. I think you could kind of like cut out that first 20 seconds because you don't really know what you're in for. I'd try and make it more synthwavy because that's nice. And you're like your drums are good. I like the drum pattern. The choice of drum sounds are good. The tom feels nice. I love how you've got the clap coming in. That's exactly like the meta of how you do it in the. And the chords are cool, and your staccato bass is good. I mean, a lovely female vocal would be amazing for this, but I mean, you gotta know someone and all of that. I would definitely go for a more ambitious intro and have a more synthwavy thing. rather than what you have there. It's sort of, the intro doesn't make sense to me as much when what's coming next comes next. Amazing will sing for you. There you go. That'll smash it. So I'd look at the intro and make the intro more synthwavey like the rest of the tune, and work on making the melody more obvious. Like, it's almost there. Don't change the sound. I mean, well, do whatever you like. I'm just telling you what I think. I hope I come across the way I intend with these things. I'm just trying to tell you what's popped into my head. It doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. It's just sort of my opinion and thoughts. But I think out of my suggestions on this, I think this could be good. I love a bit of synthwave drum and bass, and I'm glad we're hearing a lot of it in the in these demo sessions. I'd look at the intro, maybe chop off that first 20 seconds, and it might be all right. Have a bit more synthwavey stuff in the intro, and look at the melody. Those are my main comments off the top of my head. But I really like that. Oh yeah, and maybe more cowbell.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
Actually, yeah, that cowbell. Just sample one of them. I think you have the cowbell in there. I don't know, what is it, a 707 cowbell, or that standard one? Yeah, I like the little vocoded voice thingy in there. That's good. I'd maybe turn that up a smidgen, and maybe a little. If you've got any other samples of the same thingy, they might work. And I like that you put a cowbell in, and it's kind of in the right place, I think. But I'd have a bash at using the more like electronic, the famous drumulator one or whatever it is, with a bit of distortion on it to get it sounding like how everyone does, and I think that would add to it. And we got another one from Kai as well. Let's check this. This isn't the same tune, is it? No. Okay, cool. Right, take it from the top. Vocoders you. Oh great, well that means you can do more. Good. Yeah, maybe stick some more in and like do a little, 4-liner vocal sort of rap thingy. What? Are people saying no? There isn't any sample of Up All Night in here. No. Slightly similar notes, but really good mix on this. Good solid bass. Bit reverby snare, but. A little nice little edit there. Yep. Says this reminds him of old Renegade Hardware era Conflict. Yeah, me too. Yeah, those reversey synths. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Big up Evan, big up Vo Hall, been here all afternoon. Hello Fakey. It's not. Well, I'm just still going. I've been going almost 5 hours now. It's not really an evening stream. Yeah, just rolls along. I'm not a huge fan of the bang, 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 and that sort of reverse bell thingy. It fits with the era. If it's trying to sound old hardware-y, then cool, but yeah, I like that. In 10 hertz says oh no, sorry, Intense says, I've been here for 5 hours. Do I normally do demo listenings for that long? I've only done a few. I think this is only the 3rd or 4th demo listening sessions I've done, but I mean, there's so many demos that come in and I try to give them the attention they deserve. So they do, yeah, we're approaching 5 hours now. I don't know how much longer I can go today, but yeah. Yeah, I like that one, Kai. Give you a round of applause. That one's called Acceptance. I don't know, like, that tune is what it is. Nothing I can advise on changing particularly. The sort of koto bong 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 sound and the bell sound, I'm not a huge fan of. You could swap that out with something completely different. It might help or change things a bit, but then it would change the sound of the song. That's just sort of a matter of personal taste thingy, really. But the overall mix is nice. You've got a good vibe, good kick, snare, bass, all doing its thing. Sounding good. You obviously know what you're doing. So, respect. Thank you very much. Big up to the Kai for that one. Hey. Right, it's the demo stream. Hit the demos button. I made the video. Let's use it. Southern Hemisphere crew. It is the Southern Hemisphere crew. Lovely, yes. Good. Wicked. Yo, thanks, Kai. Thanks for sending the tunes in. Keep us updated. Send me anything new you do. I'm always happy to listen, and hopefully I can. Sometimes I don't really know what to say. If there's, I can't really sort of put my finger on anything in particular. But that one was the last one. There sounded good to me. I preferred the synthwavey sounding one, and I'd like to hear that if you go back on it and make any changes. Sorry if you see me sort of going like this. The cable from this headphone's really bloody long. I don't know what they expect you to do with these, but it's really long and it's not coiled and they're not changeable, so it sort of dangles down, and sometimes I'm worried it's going under the thingy bobs of my the wheels of my chair. Vohall says you're going out in 15 minutes, but you have a wee niggle you're nursing. For running. Okay, cool. I'm going to go for a run after the stream, actually, because the weather's really nice. I mean, it's cold, but it's nice and sunny, and it feels a bit more like spring now. It's miraculously not dark as of like 5 p.m. So when I finish the stream, I'm going to do a proper stretch and go running. Put the cord over the mic stand. Well, it's coming from the other side, though. And then it's going to get all tangled here, and like it's fine. Yeah, big up the running crew. Gav. So this is Gav. So he says this one's completely unfinished and untitled. Looking for more ideas of where to go with it, as you really like the bass line and the snappy drums. The second half is incomplete after the middle break. The bass was your first time designing something from scratch in Vital. Okay, good stuff. You're further ahead than me. I've never designed a bass in Vital. Thistle does that a lot to great effect. So here we go. This is Gav, HK47. Like in a start. It's got attitude. You feel like something's happening. It's giving me like Pac-Man vibes. Nice sustained chord. Nice programming on the hi-hat, so you got a louder one and a quieter one. Yep. Nice. I'd be tempted to keep the brum 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 going on here a bit, to keep that momentum. Nice kick and snare, they fit really well. Bit too much reverb on the bass. I think I'd reduce the reverb on that on the bass, but this bass sound is good. That's the one that you made yourself, right? I'd experiment with keeping the bing 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 that you had in the intro. Maybe like roll off all the bass so it doesn't interfere with the actual bass. But that would be good. Not a huge fan of that top synth line that you brought in there. I don't think it does the rest of it justice. It does need something up there, but I don't think that's the right sound. Good to hear the rises and stuff. That's okay, that's a good bit of a sub there, cool. Nice little beep introduction, yep. Your kick and snare are really, really nice here. They suit the track very well, and they sit well with the your main sub. I'd make the main sub bass a lot drier. I think the crash cymbal's happening too often. It was like every 4 bars or something, every bar at that point, or every 2 bars. A bit too much. The crash is a bit too loud and a bit too reverby. And I'm not a huge fan of that. Boop, 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 boop. And you see it changes the notes playing there as well. Like, I don't think that's... Maybe go for like an old rave stab instead as the top thing. That might work. The main like driving pattern of that is really good. It's got a real nice chunky vibe. Kick and the snare and the bass all play really well together, and that's half the battle at least. Snare's really perfect for that, really good work. Bass is really good, but I think it's too wet. I like the bit. I like that bang 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 bang. I'd be interested to hear how it sounded with a part of that bang 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 still continuing on top of the proper bass. I don't think it's got. I don't think you'll have to roll anything off because it hasn't got a bass element to there. But I'd give that a bash, and I'd try personally. I'd try something an alternative to that. Boop 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 boop. Think like the sound is sort of like a bit preset-y. I keep saying that, but it's the only way I can describe it. Maybe different notes or. Just listen. I can't remember who it was that said it. I think maybe it was Evan. Like, I get the vibes off this of a sort of older Renegade Hardware thing. Listen to a few older Renegade Hardware tunes, or like Stacker and Skynet and things, and see what they did in the same place that your synth that's going boop 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 boop. See if there's something else you could put there that would sound a bit more like authentic. But that's good. I think that's come on a lot compared to what I remember your previous tunes as being, so that's good. It was inspired a bit by Strangled Duck. Yeah, I can kind of hear that. Yep. And Strangled Duck doesn't have anything on the top, and all that does is it's a similar bass, and it switches, doesn't it? It's got that. You could, I mean, there's no shame in sort of copy Strangled Duck, but as a different tune, different notes and things, but try and match what's going on in the song, which you kind of done here. Like, you've got a similar sounding bass sound, but different notes. And the kick and the snare sit in the same sort of register. So, I mean, I always felt like Strangled Duck had something missing in it a bit, like on the top. But it was a big tune, so you don't need that. Thanks, Vohall. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good little run if you're off for a run. Thanks for hanging out all afternoon. Appreciate it, man. Big up, big up, big up. Cool. So. I like the wow. That's not too bad. I quite like that, and you did some good filtering on that as well. That sound. So Yeah, like that one. Big up. Brrr. Lovely. Big up the Gav chap. Okay. And then I went straightly crazy last week and I did some stupid voiceovers to the same track as above. Okay, let's... Oh, here we go.
This is some speech at the beginning of the track. This introduces the concept of the track. Did you hear that drop? It was nice, wasn't it? Oh boy, isn't it exciting? This is a journey into sound.
Stereophonic sound. Dance music. Dance music, yeah. You can have a bit of that in. I wouldn't have it over it once it's dropped as much, but you could have a little bit of that in the intro and the breakdown.
This is the part that comes after the first part of the track.
This is the part that comes up after the first part of the track. Where are the glasses, says the biggest Steve on God. Let me see, hang on a minute. Where's the glasses? I've got a box of them, mate. How many do you want? How many do you want? I've got a whole load of them. Found in Raid, John B sunglasses. Exclamation sunglasses in the chat. You can get yourself your own pair of John B sunglasses. Hey. Sorry for the commercial break there. Yeah, the vocals, those are good fun there, Gav. Good work, good work. It's demos time. Demos. Demos. Lovely. Anyone that produces knows that sort of division of a track in your mind. This is the bit that comes up after the previous bit. This is the next bit after when the drums come in. Listen to this. It's the best part. Thank you very much, Gav Champ. I really like that one. Interested to hear how it sounds when you work on it a little bit more. If you do, thanks for sending your stuff in, and thanks for being part of the crew. Much appreciated. I think I'm going to make this one the last one of the day because I'm a bit flagging now, and I want to give everything the most attention I can. So this is the last one. This is from Ben from Zambia, who was in the chat earlier. If he's still, I hope he's still here. If not, you can watch back on the replay. You're still here. Good. Yeah, don't worry. I'm not. I feel bad. Oh, Ben Entropy's next, and he's been here. Oh, I'll do Ben's as well. I'll do so we've got Ben from Zambia and we've got Ben Entropy. We'll do Entropy as well because you've been here all afternoon, and that would be terrible to. I know it's going to be true for anything. The people afterwards will be people that I know as well. So we'll do two more. We'll do this one. So this is Ben from Zambia. I'll do another one next week, I think, to catch up. I think every 2 weeks is probably how often we do these. I may do them every week, but I'm trying to do a lot of studio stuff and other things as well. So Ben Entropy could shorten the name to just Bentropy, says Fakey. That's quite possibly. So the artist name here is Sniffer Dog. The song's called Agile. Trimmelbach, thank you for the follow. Ooh. Oh, and this is, he did say in the message, this is not drum and bass, so like my expertise is mainly limited to drum and bass, but we all have opinions on everything anyway, so happy to listen to this. I don't know if I can give you as useful feedback as I would if it's drum and bass, but I'll do my best. Sounding funky. It's got a Zambia kind of vibe about it, I guess. I mean, I have no experience of Zambia, but it sort of feels a bit Zambia-y. Nice filtering there. Hey! Is this Moonbarton? It's not really my kind of music, but it sounds nice, sounds good. Nice sort of electronic, interesting. It's Amapiano Afrobeat. Okay. I see Afrobeat mentioned a lot, but I don't know how you like what the actual sound is to like classify it properly. But the beat, like it's a bit like the reggaeton beat, right? So yeah, nice sound design, nice editing. Sort of switch the beats there. But that's fun to mix. I like that reverby bit on the synths there. It's quite mad. It reminds me of sort of some random Aphex Twin songs in parts. Some of the edity things you got going on there. And I like how it all goes quiet and then it comes in with a sort of quite chunky beat. Sounds nice, just needs cowbell, says Jedi1. Yeah. And it's sort of uplifting-y tune vibes. It's nice. Some interesting sounds in the background going on there. Need to unboost the volume. Yeah, it's a bit loud, isn't it? Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Jess. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear anything I was saying then, because some of the demos that come in are a bit quieter on the like mastering side, and then some of them, like this one, are much louder. So it's sort of I have to keep an eye on the relative volume levels of my mic versus the music. So and there's nothing worse than on a stream when you can't hear the mic. It sounds so amateurish and shit. So hopefully when I was talking then, you could hear me and it wasn't just like I have a feeling it was, so I'm sorry. I'm not shit, I promise. That was a really good tune, that. Give you some applause. That was good fun, that. Big up Ben from Zambia. Thanks for sending that in. I don't really have any expertise of the genre that is. But it sounded like a nice tune to me, nicely put together. Overall mix of everything was cool. I was well audible, says Tremmelback. Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you. That's a very good first time chat. A helpful bit of feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome in to the true. Am I saying it right? True Melbach. Are you German or speak German? Could be Swiss, Austrian, German. Where else do they speak German? Yep. Big up to the Ben. Swiss Cheese liked that one. Moisin liked it. Peace, love and unity, Loft crew. Indeed. And thank you, Jess Darkside, as well, for tipping me off about the volume levels and things. We'd turned it up earlier on so that because I have it reasonably balanced, at least for my production stream, so that you can hear my mic over the music, and the music's not too quiet. So yeah, thanks very much for sending that in, Ben. Big up. Nice to hear your stuff. Keep us updated with what you're doing. Okay, final one of the day. We got Ben Entropy. He's been lurking in the chat all afternoon. Ooh, sounding nice. Nice editing, nice breaks. Liking this so far, sure. Ooh, yeah. Sounding great so far. I really like this. I love that little sort of double arm. Lovely. really good bass. Full on head nod, definitely. Really love the jungle bass, but with the modern sort of fog chording thing on top. Is this coming out anywhere? Have you signed this? Have you? I know your name. Like, have you released stuff before? Or... Ooh, the amen! Come on. Vocal sample on top there's perfect. Just adds to it. You've sent it to a few people. Cool. Okay. I'd like an MP3 of this or a WAV. I mean, a 320 MP3 would be good, so I can try this. Possibly play it out, like at least on my live streams and stuff. Really like the breaks. The combination of the nice chop breaks and that boom, 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 boom. Really into that. Ah, you've released stuff on Deep in the Jungle, okay. Yeah. Nice bit of dread bass in there. I'd sneak that amen in there. I think it only happened once, didn't it? And when the amen little chop came in, I was like, whoa. Mix sounds good to me, like bass is loud enough. Oh, that's such a nice amen. That's a really, really hefty one. Yeah, please send me an MP3 over Discord when you're 100% happy with it. Yeah, that's wicked. That I'd at the very least like play that for sure. Let's listen to the intro. Yeah, intro's fine. Like, I really like the boop, 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 boop. That's perfect for the intro. Just holds the place, holds the vibe. You've got your little breakdown. Time to go on the mic. Yes, yes. Everybody inside the place make some noise for the demo listening crew. Absolutely wicked. Yes. Hey. Wicked. Really nice side chaining on the vocal there when the drums come in. The only thing I could think, maybe just on the snares that are on the like two-step, maybe you could reinforce the main snare a tiny bit with like a transienty toppy type thing, maybe, but like you don't have to do that. Like that's the only sort of thing I could suggest to maybe look at if you're trying to squiggle on it a bit more. But that's wicked. I really like that. I play stuff like that, and I'd be happy to. I really like how I like the bass. It's really good how you've got the sort of jungle boom 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 boom, but then a distorted-y tight sort of foghorn thingy. Yeah, the amens. I love the amen edit you've got in there, and I think it only occurs twice. So like, I mean, with those sorts of things, it's when it's scarce, you want it more, but if you have it too much, it feels like it's in there too much. So it might be overkill if you had it too often. But I feel like you could sneak it in once or twice more, maybe. But maybe it's nice to just leave it in only a couple of bits. Oh, let me just... Magda's saying she put food in the oven. Oh, but I wanted to go for a run. Sorry, hang on. I've just got to reply to my wife who's in the other room. Sure, but I will be going for a run after stream. So we can just keep mine on a plate on a planet plate for me to eat after, if that's okay. Right, cool. Sorry about that. Sorry to interrupt it, but yeah, love that. Big up Entropy. That was called I Hate Snares. Work in progress. Banger. There's another Entropy one here, so let's check that out before we go. And then so regarding the amen, you tend to stay on the scarce side, but I'll try. Yeah, it may be better to leave it as it is. Like me, like if you've watched me working on stuff, I tend to sort of overdo things sometimes, all of the time. So I don't know. I don't if you can squeeze it in one more time, maybe, because it was so good. Like, it's a really nice amen there, and it sounded banging when it came in. But yeah, maybe it is better to just leave it like scarce, so it's not overdoing it, and it's a special little treat. So yeah. Not sure about the snare here. That's my first thoughts. Rises and effects are all really good. I love that string fading in. That's nice and retro. Take care, amazing. Thanks for hanging out. That's cool. That's a good example of an interesting synth lead line that sort of doesn't sound preset-y, and that adds to it. Perfect notes there, and the reversey bit's really good. I think, yeah, the edits are really cool, and the boom 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 boom, the bass is nice. It's the main snare is the sort of grim nature of it. I love the breakdown and how you the high sustained string, the chord you've got. I like how the boom 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 goes in there. The way you brought in that vocal sample just before it dropped was all wicked. I'm not a fan of the snare you've got in there. I think that sort of is the letdown. The fill-ins are good, like the break that's in there is cool. But the main thing for me is just the sort of ringing snare thing there. The edits are mad, it's some wicked edits. It's like neurotech stuff, isn't it? I really like the strings. Hard to say what snare I would use, I don't know. I don't, like, if it was me and I'd removed the snare and I was like, right, what shall I put here in place? There's nothing that jumps out to me like what I would do. Personally, I'm trying to think of like there's certain breaks, sort of tech steppy break snares that might sit well in that, like the let me just go through my breaks now. I'll tell you when I you could have a little. No, it wouldn't suit. There's the one that this one, I don't even know what that's called. I call it a Goldie break because, like, I think the first place I heard it was a Goldie tune, like Saint Angel or something. Isn't it called like Crazy Horse? That one? Life Could, I think that's possible. Bit of Samurai? No, there's too much going on. Those, I mean... these are my sort of tech steppy breaks. Oh yeah, that one. Not that. Yeah, I was thinking more like that sort of one, maybe. I might be wrong. That's just sort of what I would first have a little look at. Chris Parker says, do I have a sample pack of my own available somewhere? No, I don't. I've never done one. Like, you know, maybe I should, but I mean, I don't know what I would sample pack would fit my sound really, and like a lot of that stuff, those are all breaks I've collected, and I can't give them out on a sample pack because they're not my property. I don't know. All of my breaks, right? Like that's a folder I've built up over years and just sampled off records, and a lot of them I don't know what they're supposed to be called. I've just given them my own nicknames off whatever I thought they sounded like. Or, like the one I played you there is in my thing. It's like Goldie Break, even though it's not. No one else would call it the Goldie Break because there's a different name for it. Wizard 1260 is trying to tell me who to raid. Thank you, but I'll make my own mind up. But thank you anyway. I know you didn't mean that badly. Sniper Break, is that the one? Yeah. Cool, so big up Entropy. I love that first one. The I Hate Snares tune. I don't know if that's your final name. Ostrava says, how many kilometres a week do I typically run? I'm not, well, if I wasn't streaming as often as I am, I'd probably go running like 2 or 3 times a week. And when I run, I normally do like about 4 miles because I've done half marathons. That's the furthest I've ever run. I can run 10 kilometres anytime I like, kind of. It's more down to if I really have the time and if I'm feeling fit and everything. Usually I just run like 4.5 or 5 miles depending on the little whatever route I feel like doing. I know, Wizard, I was just pulling your leg, it's cool. Don't worry. Yeah, so sort of in a perfect world I'd go to the gym a couple of times a week and run a couple of times a week, but the last couple of weeks I've mainly just been relying on lots of walking when I've got to go and do errands and things, and riding my bike when I have to go and do errands and post stuff. But I'm going to go for a run this evening because I've been sat here for ages now, almost 5.5 hours, and I'm really and it's a nice day and I just need some flipping fresh air. So right, we shall have a look. I may ask you what Wizard, what's the Twitch channel that those guys are live on right now? And I'll just have a quick look. Just want to see which other music streamers are on that are people that we know or that I already follow. That would be good to send you over to. How many Tarkov crew are here in the chat? Would you like to head over to a music stream or to a Tarkov one? Subclass. Oh, yours is next. I've got to go. I've been here for so long, mate. I'll listen to Subclasses next. Okay, you asked and you are here. We're going to listen to one more. All right, Stuart. Let's get this on. Demos! It's Subclass. Alright, take care, Atomic Circus. Thanks, Wizard. Thanks, I'll check out. Last one, this is the encore. Subclass asked nicely and he was next. So, we're going to listen to one more. And then that brings me up to a nice round 5.5 hours stream. Oh my god. Oh, this is nice. We've listened to stuff of yours before, haven't we? Very nice, intelligent drum and bass vibes, you know, good looking, that kind of era. I think I'd turn up the atmospheric stuff in the background, they're like, it deserves to be a bit louder. Oh, first time, okay, cool. I'll just, as we go along, I'll just sort of say what I'm thinking. I'd turn up like, it needs to be a bit louder. That chord needs to be a little bit louder to my ears too. Maybe not so much reverb on that break in the edit. Bass is cool. Not sure if the bass is sidechained off the kick. If it isn't, I'd do that. It sounds like it is. The kick's still cutting through. I wouldn't say it's just drum funk, really. It's more just sort of like atmospheric drum and bass. Mad MC man. And you're welcome, Pred. It's okay, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, bass could be a little bit louder and a bit more interesting, kind of. Like, maybe go for a more like subby. Ah, there we go, the bass has got something else coming on now, good, yeah. The drums are like a bit much, kind of. Thanks for the follow, Felon. I like that fill-in break, but I don't think there should be quite as much reverb on that extra break. I think the main break sounds nice, but like it's a bit edity, a bit busy. Aegis and Fred, thanks for the follow. Breakdown occurs at the right time. So an extra synth sound comes in there. Oh, hi! Hello, Aegis and Pred. Quite at the tail end of a stream here. Been listening to demos all afternoon. Music made by people in the community. Is there an extra something on top of the drums come in there? Oh, I like these extra strings, that's good. That's a nice development, I think that was welcome. Could be a bit more low end on the bass there. The bass is sort of a bit too much on the not quite loud enough end of the spectrum. Ah, okay, you've been with Pred and me listening all the way. Okay, cool. Felon says the Reese is overshadowing the drums a little bit. Possibly, yeah. The Reese-ish bass is nice though. I like that. I think you need a bit more lows on the sub, so just sort of boost the sub bit on the bass by like a couple dB maybe. Yeah, like for what it is, like this is a nice atmospheric tune. And it all sounds good. Like there's nothing I hate about it. There's nothing that sounds out of place. Definitely, I'd look at reducing the reverb on that fill-in break, but it's a nice break. That's good. I think the main break, parts of the fill-in bits and everything in it are a bit too much. But I don't know how I would change that without it would ruin the whole sort of pattern. And I think the bass, you need more low end on the bass, just like an EQ thing rather than a sound choice. And I think some of the atmospheric-y synthy sounds could be a little bit louder, like that. Boop, boop. The sustain thing, the one that went woo, that woo. I think that could go a little bit louder. That boo boo boo, I think that should definitely go up a couple of dB. Nothing I hate about it. John B. Press quote. Mate, this is the sort of thing where a little cheeky sort of alto sax sample or a mute trumpet jazz sample could add something on top. It's on a nice sort of plateau, which is perfectly cool, and lots of tunes from the era that it sounds like it's from just sounded like this. Yeah, those are like, sounds pretty cool as it is. There's a few little changes you could make that would improve it there, mainly on just volumes of stuff. Maybe the drums a bit, but like if I think back, listen back to sort of logical progression stuff, there were quite a few tunes there that are considered classics where the drums aren't quite right to your ears nowadays, you know what I mean? So it's sort of a bit of, it is what it is, as they say. But I really like that. That's a really nice vibe, and I think we need more sort of atmospheric drum and bass in the world. Mixdown needs some work. Yeah, just a little bit. It's not like, not any mega wrangling of things. It's more a matter of turn this up a little, turn the subs up a bit more, just the, you know, EQ up the subs a bit more, maybe do a bit of saturaty stuff to bring the other bits of the bass up a bit. Less reverb on that fill-in break, more volume on some of the atmospheric chords, bits and bobs. Maybe do something with the drums a bit. Maybe the bits that aren't the main kick and the snare that are sort of on the boom, because the sort of the essential pattern there is like boom ka boom ka boom ka boom ka, and with the actual break it's like boom ka ticka 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 boom ka. Maybe you could chop out the chicka chicka bits, put them on a separate track, and use like Native Instruments transient shaper on it to sort of make them shorter in duration. And you could also, because you've put them on a separate track, then like have them a bit quieter and maybe a sort of EQ them a bit so they're not as prominent, so you've got more, you can hear the kick, the main kick and the snare that's the main guts of the pattern a bit more, and the fill-in bits are just slightly reined back a little bit more. I think if I was doing it and I had the stems, I think I'd try that, and I think that would probably do it. Maybe you could also maybe sort of add a little shakery tambourine thing in there somewhere, or just on top of the main snare, maybe. I'd give that a little bash. Like, you're not far off. Like, that's, I mean, it sounds perfectly good as it is, but there's things you could do that I think might improve it a bit and are worth a bash with if you can be bothered with it. But like, sometimes your time's better spent just starting something new and do something else, like, because that's good enough and better than a lot of stuff out there as it is. So yeah, all right, anyway, I think I need to stop now. We've been at it for more than 5.5 hours, so thank you all for staying with me. Thank you everyone that's been sending the music in that we've listened to. Thank you for sharing your music with everybody and me. And I hope that my feedback is helpful and useful and positive enough. People are all coming from different angles with everything and different skill levels and experience and missions in what the music's hoping to achieve and all that. I'm just here to help play it to everyone that's listening and offer my sort of advice. It doesn't mean it's good advice, it's just sort of what I think might be helpful. So hope that's good. We've got the Discords there, so keep your demos coming in, share your stuff with everyone else on the Discord, talk to each other as well, and like, you know, it's not just about my feedback, it's about everyone's feedback. Many ears and feedbacks will help everyone improve with their stuff. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Fakey, Flynn in there, Emotional Groove Obsessions just come in with a first time chat. Hello, you've caught me at the end of the stream. I'm about to end it, so I'm sorry about that. Big lurking from Thistle. Thank you very much for hanging out, Thistle. Thanks for all your constructive comments for everybody as well. Is Conclave? I don't know if I follow Conclave. I should do. No, I do, because I see him sometimes. He's not live. Because he'd mentioned he was on, I thought he would be a good person to raid. Who's doing music? Diligent Fingers is on, and I don't think we've raided him for a while. I think that would be a good fit, because we listened to one of his tunes today as well. Let's get it right, though. It's 1L. Diligent Fingers UK. I'll put a little bit of goodbye music on. So, great. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It's Magda's last day tomorrow, so I am going to go and meet her at the office at some point, but it'll be later on. So I'll come on. I've got a big backlog of promos to listen to now, so we might just do a listening session, listening to new drum and bass releases. But also I've got a lot of new music stuff that I need to do. So I might do a combination, and it also depends on how long I can go on. But I may come on early, but I never seem to do that when I'm hoping to. So I would say I'll see you tomorrow at 2. Thank you all. Big up. Have a great evening or afternoon, depending on your time zone. And I'll see you again soon. And thank you again for all the amazing demos. Big up. Thanks for the great music. Peace. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye, Fiery Biscuits. See you, Jess. Thanks again, Thistle.